Sounds booming in the digital sky. Hurricane stealth, yeah, he's flying high. Clicks like thunder, his presence so loud. Streaming his vibe, pulling in the crowd. Hurricane stealth, he's live on the scene. Moving like a ghost, smooth and clean. Waves of hype crashing through the stream. Riding the storm, living the dream. Chat's on fire, the room's alive. Dropping knowledge like a category 5. Every click a rumble, every laugh a roar. Hurricane stealth breaking down the door. Hurricane stealth breaking down the door. Hurricane stealth, he's live on the scene. Moving like a ghost, smooth and clean. Waves of hype crashing through the stream. Riding the storm, living the dream. Chat's on fire, the room's alive. Dropping knowledge like a category 5. Every click a rumble, every laugh a roar. Hurricane stealth breaking down the door. Chat's on fire, the room's alive. Dropping knowledge like a category 5. Every click a rumble, every laugh a roar. Hurricane stealth breaking down the door. Crashing through the stream, riding the storm, living the dream. Lightning in his eyes, a storm in his veins. Every frame electric, breaking the chains. Rolling like a whirlwind, never gonna fall. Hurricane stealth, the king of it all. Crashing through the stream, riding the storm, living the dream. Crashing through the stream, riding the storm, living the dream.
Yo, what up, blood? What up, blood? How you doing, bro? Oh, just chilling. I'm actually waiting on I can't say because most likely JJ is watching me, but I'm waiting on people to come by before I start gaming. They should be here between 9, like in 9:30. So I'm gonna watch a video or two, relax, and then hop on the game once they get in here. I don't want to be in the middle of something like a multiplayer match and then have the door knocking. Like I hate that. I always hated that. So as of right now, I'm just gonna watch some news stuff.
Come to sit at U.S. Senator for trying to question.
Oh, hold up. I gotta change the there we go. Let's see. I'm also gonna draw today. Big plans for Father's Day? Me personally, I don't know. I'm a be completely honest with you. I don't really ask for nothing. If they, do something, that's on them. But yeah, I don't really be
Kristi Noem during her Homeland Security.
I don't really be asking for nothing. How about you, bro? Like, what you doing for Father's Day? Yeah, I'm only gonna be watching videos, baby. You're allowed to text. But hey, at 9:30, I'm gonna tell y'all to. All right. Even though I know they're not gonna fall asleep.
Press conference, all while we're seeing growing concerns about troops on U.S. soil.
Is your dad close? Two hours away. Yeah. I mean, I can't even say nothing. Like this chick's family is 2.5 hours away, so 2 hours is not bad. I don't even fucking I don't even hit up my dad, man. I might call him, but I don't know. He's such a mental case right now that it's just like the shit that my mom be saying. I'll be like, yo, I'll be too I got enough on my plate with maintaining these kids to worry about a grown motherfucker. You get me? Like if it was that he was not well in the head, but he knows shit. It's just he's a bum. You get me? Like like the dude fucking and what pisses me off is like I got brothers and sisters and all that like that he raised. Like he raised them, he me and he dipped like when I was 5. I want to say when he went to Puerto Rico or whatever, and I would see him like whenever I would go from on summer vacation or whatever. I'd alternate from him and my grandparents in Puerto Rico. Mostly my grandparents, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. He was, you know, not saying that he didn't want to grab me, but I was just more connected to my grandparents, so I had more fun with them. Don't My cousins and my brother and sister, I love to death. I hung out with them when we were kids or whatever. Every time we hung out, fucking, I got nothing. And even like the whole not being able to see him or whatever, it didn't really bother me, to be honest. Didn't really it didn't really bother me when I was not seeing him like that. What what bothers me is now that he divorced his new wife. He talks shit about all my brothers and sisters, and that kind of pisses me off because it's like, bruh, like, and it be for dumb reasons. It really be for dumb reasons. Like he be talking shit about like I still call him my brother. I got two brothers. One biologically by on my dad's side, but he's a steps he's my dad's stepson. But I know him for so long that I don't really consider him my stepbrother, if that makes sense. Um, but I always when I used to chill with him, I always suspected that he was gay. I always suspected it. Obviously I was fucking 5, 6, 7 years old, so I was, that was just my maturity. You get me? So it is what it is now. I don't give a shit, but my father gives a shit. You get me? And like this dude, like when my grandmother died on my father's side or whatever, like she, my grandmother didn't like the rest of my brothers and sisters. You get me? Like I think just because of the baby mom or like his wife or whatever. So when I used to go out there, I used to visit her, but she did not. It used to be me and my two cousins that she used to take care of because my aunt was she wasn't right in the head. She was schizophrenic. So we used to chill over there and fucking hang out or whatever. And I was having so much fun with my cousins that I never really realized that, yo, my brothers and sisters ain't here either. Like, they never visited. They never fucking. And that was because she ain't want nothing to do with them. Oh, what's up, JJ? Um, but anyway, I'm going on a fucking rant. Long story short, he bro, he's living in an abandoned house, thinking that he's living his best life, and I don't know. I be thinking he be on some shit. That's why like when I went to PR, like he hung out in my house. I ain't take my kids really to him because it was like, bro, I don't want them seeing a motherfucker. Like you get into you showing your kids like someone damn near homeless. Like no, well yeah, homeless. But by choice, it's like, bro, you're not right in the head, man. Anyway, but I might call him. I said that whole rant just to fucking say I might call him. I might call him. But no, yeah, that's good. That's good.
ICE raids, civilian arrests, and the line between military support and law enforcement blurring fast. Iran's now doubling down as Trump says that Israel might attack them. A Boeing Dreamliner crashed today, killing over 200 people in one of the deadliest aviation disasters in recent history. And Sabrina Carpenter's degradation and nude scandal has the internet divided. We're jumping into all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Senator Alex Padilla of California was just forcibly removed, tackled, and handcuffed while trying to ask a question at a press conference that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was holding in LA.
Guys, ready? And bell. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is I have a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your. I also want to hands off.
How many of our ICE agents have been docked?
On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and put them behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand, sir.
When you decide to step up to this kind of play, this kind of fun, this kind of experience.
Holy! Hey guys!
Let the games begin. Nintendo Switch 2.
Other hand.
Within the senator himself giving his own press briefing not long after, where he recounted his side of the story. With Padilla saying that he had been in the federal building in LA for a separate briefing when he learned that Noem was giving a presser down the hall, and then claiming that for weeks now, he and many of his colleagues have been asking the DHS for more information and answers on their immigration enforcement actions, but they have received little to no information. With him then going on to say that he went to Noem's press conference to see if he could get any more intel.
I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground. And I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
And to that point, we've seen a ton of people condemning this whole situation, including top Democratic leaders and Newsom himself, who posted, if they can handcuff a U.S. senator for asking a question, imagine what they will do to you. Though then, at the same time, you had Noem and her agency trying to paint a very different picture. With DHS saying in a statement on X, Senator Padilla chose disrespectful political theater and interrupted a live press conference without identifying himself or having a Senate security pin on as he lunged towards Secretary Noem. Claiming Mr. Padilla was told repeatedly to back away and did not comply with officers' repeated commands, saying Secret Service thought he was an attacker and officers acted appropriately. Though there you had people immediately pushing back, saying, we didn't see what happened before the video started, but it literally shows him clearly identifying himself as Senator Alex Padilla. But still, you had Noem herself echoing those claims during an interview with Fox News, or with the host showing her clips of Democrats condemning the situation and asking her how she responded.
Well, he was never arrested. He was never arrested, and nobody knew who he was when he came into the room creating a scene. He was removed from the room, and yes, they started
started to put handcuffs on him when he finally identified himself, and then that was stopped. They said he wants to talk to you. I said, sure, I'd love to sit down and visit. So we went to a room and visited for 10 or 15 minutes and then exchanged phone numbers. So I just, I'm so sick of the politics, Martha.
But again, we literally have video evidence of Padilla identifying himself and then being taken out into the hall and handcuffed after doing so. Right? And so you have many saying it's pretty fucking wild for her to go on national television and try and gaslight America about something you can see in a video. And for now, we'll wait to see if anything comes from this. Because what we have seen some Republicans speaking out, it's been Republicans like Senator Susan Collins saying it's hard to imagine a justification for this. And Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski saying this is not the America I know. And then also beyond that, you have people using this as a moment to call for people to take to the streets and protest this Saturday. Echoing again what Newsom said, if they're going to do this to a U.S. Senator, imagine what they'll do to you. But as we wait to see how this situation develops, I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? But then next up from that, we shift to the question of, is the military really going to arrest American citizens? Because that's what's being asked after Major General Scott Sherman, who's in charge of the troops being deployed to LA, said that
I hate that they ask it all shocking, though.
the troops would be accompanying ICE on their raids to protect them. Now with that, Sherman has tried to make the distinction that his troops will just detain someone, saying we're there to protect their federal officers, their federal personnel, we're there to protect them so that they can do their job, with him then going on to add that if any of the personnel on a mission were assaulted, soldiers or Marines are allowed to take that person, detain them in place, wait for the federal law enforcement officer to come and arrest that individual. And that could take the form of holding someone down who assaulted an ICE officer and adding, we consider it once the guard member has his or her arm or holding that person, that's when they're detaining that person. Right? And the idea that troops would be used for civil law enforcement, it's raised a lot of concerns, but then you have supporters claiming that it's really not that big of a deal, with their argument being that the troops aren't actually arresting people, they're just holding them long enough for the actual police to do it. But there are very real concerns that this is a distinction without a difference. You're seeing lawyers writing things like, if you were not free to go, that's an arrest. Saying crazy folks are arguing the Marines in LA are merely doing reasonable suspicion detentions when they are in fact arresting people for all intents and purposes, and whatever you call it, it is unlawful civilian law enforcement by military personnel without a declared insurrection. Which is also probably why we've seen this video from the National Lawyers Guild making the rounds again.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
I've never seen this video.
Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the f up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the f up.
And the reality is, this is one of those questions that
Yo,
we won't
that's
know the
actually
answer
funny.
to until the courts eventually decide. Because, this is gonna end up in court, and while this would, be unthinkable just a few years ago, you have people noting that
Like,
the
that's
Supreme
the
Court
best
often
advice
tends
you
to
could
bend
give
a lot of the
somebody.
rules for Trump. And really, the only thing delaying this is a
Oh,
lull in the
bunker.
protests is
Okay. My fault. I'm starting Discord up right now. Lilith. My cat's gonna piss me off.
Hello?
I was afraid to say something and fuck you up. I was gonna say hi, and then I was like, wait, she's gonna fucking get at me for saying hi, because of whatever, the sound or whatever. Let me just wait.
Nah. Well, I hear you when you jump in. It does a little bling.
Oh no, yeah. I want to do a sound thing for the. How do you do that actually?
What do you mean?
Like when you come in, it says I'm in danger.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, did you?
It's in the settings of your Discord. It's called an entrance sound.
Um, maybe appearance. Okay, I see the app icon. It's got to be here. Scaling for chat, time format. Nope. Accessibility.
Mm-mm.
Chat input, no. Voice and video. Nah, it can't be. Chat. Has to be chat. Text box, sticker, nope. Notifications.
Hey, can you do me a favor real quick and check that that my channel's working? Because I have really bad thunderstorms right now and the power cut out. The stream came back, but I don't know
You
because
just
nobody
yeah,
else came back.
that's exactly what happened to me. What was it, yesterday? Well, yeah, I hear the game.
It's not laggy or nothing? Not laggy or nothing?
No, I mean there's a delay, but no, it's not laggy.
Cool. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's not choppy or anything, so you're good. I thought you guys beat that already.
Beat what?
Elden Ring.
This is Night Rain.
No, I
Night
know.
Rain and Elden Ring are not the same game.
No. I know that. Um, but I don't know. I thought you guys were doing something and you actually beat it. Was that just
Well, there's different bosses.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you get a whole list of bosses and stuff. I'm
Well as the
two
fact that the
bosses
troops in
from
LA are
finishing the
actually in
game.
training
Rock
right
and
now for
Zombie
how
already
to deal
finished the
with
game.
protests and learning what they're allowed to do and won't be ready for a day or so. Though notably, they will likely be ready just in time for the No Kings protests that are planned for the weekend. And all of that is we've seen
I gotta
increasing
open
ICE
this.
raids happening
I
all
don't see
across
a
the US.
tree.
Because despite the mass protests that we've seen, the agency hasn't stopped. With the latest big raids happening at farmland in Oxnard, California, as well as a meatpacking plant in Omaha, Nebraska. And while both were large raids, the one in Omaha was particularly big and focused on 97 people that ICE wanted to screen. All of which then left the company completely confused and concerned. And
Oh,
with that,
there's
you
a
had ICE
symbol.
confirming that the raid took place and claimed that it was, quote, based on an ongoing criminal investigation into the large-scale employment of aliens without authorization to work in the United States. However,
Nintendo Switch 2. Joy-Con 2 controllers that attach.
with that, you had Chad Hartman telling outlets, my biggest issue is, why us? We do everything by the book. And what he meant by that is that the company uses the E-Verify system to hire workers, which is a federal database used to check the immigration status of people. However, that apparently didn't matter because, according to Hartman, the
I
ICE
didn't even get
agents
to go
told
up
him that
there.
the system
It
is
took me too
broken,
long
which
to
he
find
then...
it. What are you playing today? Or I saw you watching videos. You were watching something with Trump.
Oh, well, he just like this dude does a breakdown of like everything in the news. Like he'll do like a quick 15-second thing of everything that happened in the news or whatever, and I like he'll just break it down real quick. It's not like watching like a half an hour thing on something, you know.
Okay.
But no, I'm actually waiting. I can't go into specifics, but I'm waiting on someone. That's why I didn't want to get on the game yet. They should be here in 15 minutes. That's why I didn't want to get on the game yet. I was like, you know what? I'll watch a video until they get here because I know then I gotta get up. And if I'm in the middle of a match, I'm gonna be pissed.
said, I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? This is your system run by the government, and you're raiding me because your system is broken? With Hartman then contacting his representative, who got him some answers, with him saying that apparently ICE wasn't targeting Hartman's company, but instead workers using allegedly stolen identities, with Representative Don Bacon saying ICE verified that Glen Valley Foods complied with E-Verify 100% and is a victim in this as well. However, regardless of the how or why, it appears that the raids on America's food supply, it actually has worried some of Trump's base, and or Donald Trump himself, because he actually responded to concerns in a post writing, "Our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good long-term workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace." With him then claiming in many cases the criminals allowed into our country by the very stupid Biden open borders policy are applying for those jobs. This is not good. We must protect our farmers, but get the criminals out of the USA. Changes are coming. And Trump actually added to this today when he responded to a reporter saying,
"Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not."
With Trump then going on to say when 20-year-long workers are picked up, farmers are then forced to hire criminals. All of which has led many to believe that Trump might be reversing his ICE policy, at least somewhat, with claims that powerful allies likely contacted him angry about the raids hurting their businesses. You even had Governor Gavin Newsom making a statement saying,
"So just moments ago, Donald Trump made a..."
I don't care about what he says.
ICE in New York City for no real reason, and her kid left in the street. With that, while anecdotal, and I'd love to know if you have similar or completely...
Donald Trump may not care about him. Do it peacefully.
These are hurting travel, especially when you're seeing videos like this.
The riot shit?
I watched in the beginning. I haven't seen if anything new happened. The only thing that I've heard was that the Marines deployed were only there, like he just said it, that the Marines got deployed there and their job is to just supposedly just help ICE. Yeah.
Dude, around here things are so different. Like I went to the flea market and it's just empty. Like the tables are just empty. And then a lot of the restaurants are like closing for like some of the weekdays because they're raiding the
like the companies or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, there was one like that they were just talking about. There was a big raid in Oklahoma. This farmer's food, like it was a farmland or whatever. The only problem that they're having is like, we hired everybody through you guys, like they all were supposedly verified. That's why we hired them. And like, why are you taking them away if you guys were the ones that verified them that they could work for us? And they were like, nah, the system isn't 100% accurate. This and that. But now this dude Trump supposedly put out a statement saying that he might change the immigration tactics because now farmers, like his base is basically complaining. That's basically what it is. Like, hold on, like you taking away innocent people. You were supposed to just take away the criminals, right? Like,
yeah.
So supposedly he said changes were coming, but that motherfucker's a
where a
goldfish.
Chilean tourist was arrested by ICE in New York City for no real reason, and her kid left in the street. With that, while anecdotal, and I'd love to know if you have similar or completely different situations that you've seen. Almost everyone that I know living abroad, they've canceled any travel plans to the US because of shit like this. But really, unfortunately, across the board, it is likely that things are going to remain tense for a while. Especially because, like, without a doubt, we're going to be talking about this weekend's protests on Monday.
Yeah,
I just hope it's something like massive, peaceful protests across the country and not protesters killed and injured.
That is pretty heartbreaking, like the whole thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I knew that fucking dog was gonna get me, bro.
The dog?
They're like these evil undead dogs.
Undead dogs.
Are these guys taking on the fucking ice dragon? I died instantly to frostbite, and I'm not even fucking near this thing. I came over the ledge and died.
Clashes with U.S. troops. And so with that, I'll say, if you're going to go out
Damn,
there
how
to
far
protest,
away do
please
you have
be
to be
peaceful.
to not
Do
get
not
hit
take
by
the
that?
bait from police or any authorities. And if you are detained, shut the fuck up.
Nintendo Switch 2. Joy-Con 2 controllers that attach in a snap.
They're not even fighting it. They're fucking
But then
running.
from that, shifting to more social and entertainment news.
That's what happened with Vop, I'm gonna be honest with you.
What?
The same exact shit. He was by himself running something with a boss, but he was playing by himself at the time, I think. I don't think he had anybody playing with him except like randos. And they were just fucking shit up for him, man. Like I could see the frustration. Like I hear it in his voice and I see it in his face. Like
Sabrina Carpenter has been a bad girl, and she is single-handedly setting feminism back decades. That is what you're seeing tons of people claiming right now after she released the cover art for her new album, Man's Best Friend. The title clearly being a nod to dogs being a man's best friend, and so the cover shows her in stilettos in a little black dress, crawling on the ground while a person, presumably a man, tugs at her hair like it's a leash. And then the dog comparison is emphasized with additional artwork that just shows the album's title on a puppy's collar. So you had many finding this to be incredibly degrading, and they wrote things like, "This is not feminism and this is not empowering. Look at her comparing herself to a dog kneeling in front of a man. This is derogatory as fuck." As well as, can't she do anything else other than showing women as an object of men? And women face horrific domestic abuse and degradation at the hands of men every single
boy. I don't want to hear this story. This is just a whole bunch of people complaining for no reason.
Dbrand, today's sponsor. Dbrand's kill switch case, it legit changed the handheld experience. The grips were a lifesaver. I mean, usually after an hour, my wrists kind of hate me. But with the kill switch, there's no cramps, no drops, all thanks to their textured handles. Most cases, they're bulky or a pain when you want to swap Joy-Cons. But not with the kill switch, right? They pop on, they pop off, no hassle. It fits so well, it feels like Nintendo made it. Like seriously, it is comfortable and it actually feels super secure. It's also going to be great to travel with. I mean, the included cover is a beast. So I know it'll protect my investment. Plus, it's crush-proof and it holds 10 game cards, so that's convenient. And I'm actually in the process of getting a second one because my son actually cares about physical media. He loves the cartridges, and so he's like, I need that case. Also, got to talk about the screen protector. I mean, it's just stupid easy to install, and they even give you a backup in case you mess up. Also, docking's a breeze. There's no need to take the case off, and you still get full 4K 60 pass-through, so I was all set for couch gaming. And yeah, you can also customize it with Dbrand skins. Right? I mean, there's tons of styles, super easy to swap. The bottom line is to protect your Switch 2 to keep it comfy, to actually make it look better. It is for the kill switch is a no-brainer. So just scan that QR code or check the link below.
What?
These guys are trying to die.
Brand.com/DeFranco to save up to $35. This is just horrible. You hate to see this. More than 200 people were killed as a Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
Oh yeah, you heard about that plane crash?
No, there was a plane crash?
Yeah, it was in India though. Like I know it still should be but 242 people died. I thought it said one person survived, which is crazy to me.
I've told you, Zombie, that my health bar is
reportedly
shit.
Been en route to London. And as of recording, that death count reportedly includes not only those on the plane,
I don't know.
but
I was
people
just
on the
following
ground
these
as well.
guys,
And of course,
zombies.
because this is
Like,
a developing situation, we should expect that number to change.
Just been
but as far as
running
what we
around.
know right now, the plane took off from the western Indian city of Ahmedabad today at 1:38 p.m. local time, with it then crashing just a few minutes later into a dining facility at a medical college 3.5 miles away, with it killing at least 5 students there at the college. So again,
Sometimes a
it's
run
feared
is
the
just
death toll on campus and in the surrounding area could be higher. But the dean of the college saying most of the students escaped, but 10 or 12 were trapped in the fire. Also, at least
Ping the
41
red
people
flag
were
and run
injured and
towards it?
received treatment, though notably that number could include both passengers and people on
Before
the
or after I
ground. As
get
far as
my
passengers,
runs?
so far, there's at least one survivor
I
from the
just
plane
ditch
being
these
reported,
guys
with
and
that
run
being a
towards
British
that?
national who was sitting in seat 11A. Also, beyond that, it's not immediately clear what caused the
It's across
crash.
the
There,
chain.
we're hearing that it could take months or years to determine exactly what happened, and you have the US and UK sending experts to help with the investigation. Also,
Dude.
regarding the specific plane in question, like I mentioned, it is a
What
Boeing
the
787-8 Dreamliner. And of course, Boeing, as well as that specific model of plane, now that's been in the hot seat for years now. Because as far as the Dreamliner, it's never been involved in a fatal crash, but it has experienced
knew they were
operational
gonna
problems in the
fucking
past with
just die
passengers on
again.
board, which has resulted in injuries.
Where
And
the
starting back
fuck
in
am I?
2021, you had deliveries being paused for more than a year due to concerns that the company's planned inspection method didn't meet federal requirements. And then they actually got paused again in 2023 over an issue with the fuselage, which the company said didn't affect safety. Though then, last year, the FAA saying that it's investigating claims by a Boeing engineer that parts of the fuselage were improperly fastened together, which the whistleblower said could cause premature
Red
damage to the
ping?
plane
Where
over
is
years
this
of
red
use. So you
ping?
had Boeing saying they found no evidence to support the whistleblower's
direction?
concerns after conducting exhaustive tests. But this notably is other whistleblowers have also
I
raised
get over
concerns about the
there?
factory where the Dreamliner is assembled, including John Barnett. Or with John being a former quality manager with almost 3 decades of experience at Boeing, who went public with his
There's
concerns in
another
2019,
dragon
and then
this
he ended
way.
up killing himself last year
What up,
after a
Jose?
years-long battle with the company. And all of that, I mean, that's just with the Dreamliner. As far as Boeing as a whole, I mean, the timing of this is kind of wild. Just last month, the company reached a deal with the Justice Department to avoid criminal responsibility for a pair of
There's a
deadly
baby
737
dragon
MAX
here.
crashes in 2018 and 2019. A deal also that notably a lawyer for the victims' families called morally repugnant. And then adding to all that, Air India, they're not a stranger to controversy. With us seeing things like, for example, in 2020, an Air India Express flight, which happened to be on a Boeing 737, overshooting the runway, killing 21, with that eventually, though, getting blamed on pilot
How the
error.
fuck
Which is
do I
also
get over
why,
there? It
with all
says
that,
it's
I
on
cannot
this
stress this
hilltop.
enough. We really have no idea right now how or why this happened yet, and we really can't go jumping to any conclusions. But one, I mean, this is just heartbreaking, and our thoughts and well wishes to those affected. And two, understandably, there's a lot of people concerned, and hopefully we learn something from these investigations.
I'm gonna fall off the map and I'm gonna lose 70 some fucking
But then
K
jumping
runs.
from that, we got to talk about Israel now reportedly getting ready to attack Iran, and the U.S. is evacuating personnel from the region in response to the rising tensions. And all of this as the UN nuclear watchdog has officially said for the first time in 20 years that Iran isn't meeting its obligations. And Iran's vowing to even further ramp up its uranium enrichment capabilities in response. Now, with all that, it is not clear what kind of attack Israel might be preparing. But notably, the commander of the Revolutionary Guard has warned that his country's
my
retaliation
ruins
to
are
any
right
Israeli attack would be, quote,
fucking
more
there.
forceful and destructive than in the past. With Iranian officials also
Think I
warning
can
that
just
any
jump in and
military
grab
action
them?
against Iran would produce severe consequences, potentially including
Jump in and grab what?
No!
strikes on American military bases, or which may be why the administration has reportedly ordered all embassies within striking distance of Iran to come up with assessments about danger and about measures to mitigate risks to Americans and U.S. infrastructure. With also the State Department ordering the departure of all non-essential personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and authorizing the departure of non-essential personnel and family members from Bahrain and Kuwait. And then you also have Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth giving the go-ahead for military
map
dependence
down
across
there?
the entire region to just get the
He
hell out.
left.
But they're seeing one expert arguing that the U.S. drawdown
I
in
knew
the region,
somebody was
it
bound to
sends a
leave.
message
They
that
were gonna
Trump
get
won't
frustrated with
necessarily
each
hold
other.
Israel back, which is very
Like,
notable
neither
because
one of them
just a
was
few months ago,
following
you had
each
Trump
other.
reportedly waving off another.
One had like a plan and the other one didn't give two fucks.
So they both left you?
Well, one's gone. The one whose name was like suck me something or jack me off or whatever his fucking name was. I don't know. I've been getting some weird ass name dudes lately. Like one of them was fuck me on Batman or some shit.
Yo, that is hilarious.
Dude, I've been getting some fucked up
I seen
names.
I seen a TikTok where the wife just sneaks up behind her husband or whatever while he's playing the game just to read his screen name. His gamer tag was Conquistador.
Oh no. Now this guy's name is the blank. It's the L blank 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 ER. So it's 3 stars. I don't know. Chat, what do we want to guess his name is? The L star 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 ER.
So it's L 3 stars and ER.
Yeah. Oh, there's one behind me. No, there wasn't one behind me. What the fuck? The loser? Would they ban the loser though?
But you said it was 3 dots, right? It's L dot 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 ER?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it can't be loser then. They're missing a dot.
Maybe it's lint liquor. No, I don't know. Okay,
No, I
okay.
mean, liquor might be the one. Like, it could be
The
something that
liquor?
would be, like, censored.
Dude, did I pick the wrong boss fight? I could have sworn I was not
Israeli plan to
doing the
attack
ice
Iran,
dragon.
insisting that he
But
wanted
this
a
one
chance to
feels like
negotiate
it's
a
an
deal.
ice dragon
And one,
fight.
those talks
I
actually
could
picked
have
back up a
sworn
few
that I
weeks ago.
picked
And two, just two
the
weeks ago, Trump said that he again warned Netanyahu about launching a strike while discussions were underway. But more recently, Iran rejected a U.S. proposal that would have provided it with a fuel for reactors while preventing it from building a nuclear weapon or enriching uranium. With Trump, after having expressed optimism about the situation, now saying that he was
I
growing
like
less
half
confident
dodged
about
that,
getting a
half
deal. But with
didn't.
that, you still have diplomats in Oman, where the talks are being held, saying that a sixth session will go ahead this weekend between U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the Iranian foreign minister. But of course, we're going to have to see whether this Israeli attack actually happens, what it looks like, and how Iran responds. And in the meantime, this move by the UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, it's only added to the tensions. Right? I mean, you're the agency's board of governors voting on a resolution formally saying that Iran is not complying with its nuclear non-proliferation obligations. With the US, UK, France, and Germany putting forward the resolution, 19 voting in favor, 13 either abstaining or not voting, and Russia, China, and Burkina Faso voting against. And like I said, this is the first time Iran has been found in breach of its obligations in 2 decades, with the IAEA specifically taking issue with Iran's refusal since 2019 to explain activity at 3 nuclear sites, as well as its buildup of a stockpile of uranium enriched to 60%, which is close to weapons grade. Right, and with that, you have Iran claiming that its nuclear program is for civilian use and that it doesn't want to actually develop weapons. But you also have others arguing that there is no conceivable civil nuclear need for Iran to enrich uranium at levels of 60%. Right, because to give you some key context here, the normal level of enrichment for a nuclear power reactor is somewhere from 3 to 5%. And so you have the president of the Institute for Science and International Security saying, if you are at 60% enriched, you are 99% of the way to weapon grade uranium, which is the ideal material.
Let's say it again.
Nah, sometimes some of the magic that you pick just takes so long to proc.
Yeah.
Material for nuclear weapons. So this program does not look like a civil program, with him then adding there that Iran could get to weapons-grade uranium within a week, while a crude nuclear explosive device could be attached within months. And in fact, to that point, you have the IAEA saying that Iran already has enough highly enriched uranium at near weapons grade to build 10 bombs in less than a year. And so with all that, Iran's failure to comply with the nuclear watchdog's requirements could be grounds for reinstalling all the multinational and UN sanctions that were lifted as part of the 2015 nuclear deal, which was between Iran, the EU, several other countries, and of course the US under Barack Obama. But you also may remember that Trump unilaterally withdrew the US from that deal in 2018, with Iran announcing a couple of years later that it would no longer comply with limits on uranium enrichment set by the deal. And now you're seeing in response to the IAEA vote that the Iranian Foreign Ministry and National Atomic Energy Agency have come out with a joint statement condemning the move, with them claiming that the resolution had completely called into question the agency's credibility and prestige, and then also announcing that the country would launch a new enrichment center in a secure location and replace the first generation machines at another site with more modern equipment. And so right now, who knows what's going to happen, right? Is there any hope of this deal being salvaged? Is the situation going to continue to escalate? Is there going to be an Israeli strike? Time will tell, and we'll see. Then, shifting gears from that as we begin to wind down today's show, I want to give you a very different kind of news. It's a story about love, legacy, and a surprise. Right? And it starts in Michigan, and specifically the Sterling Heights Public Library, because that is where on her very first day volunteering...
That's when I was fucking no-lifing raids.
It's just experience.
When you decide to step up to this kind of play, this kind of fun, this kind of experience.
Holy! Hey guys! Let the games begin.
Nintendo Switch 2.
87-year-old Helen found an old wedding photo tucked into the pages of a donated book, with a photo featuring a bride and a groom along with another couple, and on the back it had the names Frank and Josephine Ruggiero. With Helen thinking, what a shame it was that there was this nice picture from somebody's big day and they didn't know anything about it. And so she turns the photo over to the library's administration office, who then actually immediately goes to work on tracking down the Ruggiero family. With Annalise White, the library's public relations and programs coordinator, making a post on Facebook featuring the photo and saying the library was on a mission to reunite the picture with its rightful family. Calling on the community to identify this couple, and you had Annalise later saying, wedding photographs are so meaningful and we just thought it was worth the try to reunite it with its rightful owner. And then,
What's this guy? What the fuck?
within just a few hours of that post going up, you had Sarah Ruggiero being tagged by a childhood friend who recognized the last name. With Sarah saying she immediately recognized that it was her grandparents and she was completely stunned. Because turns out Frank and Josephine were first-generation Sicilian Americans who were married in Detroit on September 26, 1953. And over the course of their 67-year marriage, they had 5 children, 9 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. With Sarah actually being one of the 9 grandchildren, and she said, they were so proud of their Sicilian heritage and family traditions. They were such a huge presence in my life, and they valued family and togetherness above all. But then going on to talk about weekly Sunday dinners with their grandparents, the cookies that Josephine would make, Frank's love of sports, and the close relationships they fostered with everyone in their big family until the days they died. With Frank passing away in 2020 and Josephine just 3 years later. But then with that, you had Sarah saying that this whole situation, it felt like her grandparents were checking in and saying hello, with her adding, we miss them so much, and it was just so cool and out of the blue to have this reminder of them. And making it a little extra beautiful, you had Sarah saying that the family hadn't actually seen this particular photo from Frank and Josephine's wedding before. And then as far as, the mystery of why this photo was in this book, well, there we learned that the answer was actually in the photo itself. Or that other couple, they were Sarah's great aunt and uncle, both of which died before she was born, but that couple's granddaughter saw the Facebook post as well, reached out to Sarah and said, it makes sense because the book was donated to the library by her father, who has a tendency to use pictures as bookmarks. And so in that way, it also brought this family together, because you had Sarah saying, my dad has such a big family, and I've met a lot over the years, but there's a ton of distant cousins and relatives, and we've all been connecting through this reminder of my grandparents. So 1, just a beautiful story of happenstance, and 2, it kind of serves as a little reminder that family is the thing that matters the most. And I mean that both with the family that loves you and is there for you as you should, and the family that you choose. It's easy to get disconnected, but hey, if I can give you a little homework, as we hop into this last segment, do a little multitasking for me. Send a text to 1 to 4 people in your life you care about, you love, and just say, hey, I was thinking about you, love you, hope you're doing good. It'll mean more than you realize, and without each other, we're kind of nothing. But then, finally today, let's end with the congratulations and talk about y'all's comments from yesterday. Starting with the congratulations to Asha J, SeaGeek's latest weekly winner, who just scored 500 set by answer the weekly 5 comments with your thoughts. While high as a kite, and when his high of, and definitely the president should be aware of and have an opinion. And also had a number of people saying that Elon's essentially, he didn't even really fully apologize. Candace Owens was right on that. He kind of just said, I regret what I did. But you had people saying that he only ended up doing that because he realized he had nowhere else to go. With, for example, Courier 6 Gaming writing, Elon, guess I'll change sides again. The left immediately ejects him back out through the window. Elon, guess it's time to suck up again. Though overall, I think the most liked comment on yesterday's show was, I feel like 2025 is going to become a case study in cognitive dissonance and show how desperate people are to protect their ego and not admit they were wrong, even if it destroys their lives. Which, hey, could be, might be, we'll see. I will say, who knows what the national conversation and what narratives will be at play next week. Especially, a lot of it's going to depend on how Saturday goes. With the military / Donald Trump's birthday parade, the protests, it's nationwide.
No, yeah, that's fine.
It's,
yeah, that's fine.
That day, depending on what does or doesn't happen, I'm just hoping people stay safe. That is going to set the tone. But that is where your show ends today. Let me know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions in those comments, especially because I want to try out that new audio comment reply feature. And let me just say thank you for watching, thank you for subscribing, and I'll see you back here on Monday. Because, of course, remember, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Dude's running for his
to try him on.
I thought this dude was gonna.
Here's how to go from slow and sluggish to a Fortnite strafing god on regular key.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back. Constitutional crisis averted, days saved. It turns out the Trump administration could get him back whenever they wanted, and they were just lying through their teeth. Except that it seems, unfortunately, the Trump administration only brought him back to try him on some very serious federal charges.
Abrego Garcia has landed in the United States to face justice. On May 21st, a grand jury in the Middle District of Tennessee returned a sealed indictment charging Abrego Garcia with alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in violation of Title 8 USC 1324.
Yes, after months of defying court orders and claiming they just couldn't possibly bring Kilmar back from an Salvadoran torture prison, now the Trump administration is proudly announcing Kilmar's return to U.S. soil so they can pursue human smuggling charges against him.
Let me unlock this door so they can just get in.
My sister said it might have been a tornado. My gameplay makes you nervous? Yeah, that game was trash. That last one was fucking trash. Straight up.
And you know the charges are completely legit because they've rolled out the red carpet, done the media blitz proclaiming that Kilmar is, among other things, a human trafficker, an MS-13 gang member, and even a pedophile now. But this announcement, with its barrage of unproven smears, and we'll talk about that too, comes just in the nick of time for the administration, which was facing potential sanctions in a Maryland civil case filed by Kilmar and his family. Now, as you may recall, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was born in El Salvador. After being threatened for several years by the Barrio 18 gang, Kilmar fled his home country and joined his brother in Maryland. In 2019, he was picked up in an ice sting outside of a Hyattsville, Maryland Home Depot. Law enforcement claimed that an informant had identified Kilmar as a member of MS-13, but no actual charges were ever filed, and Kilmar's immigration proceedings resulted not in a deportation, but instead in a withholding of removal order, which, because he had demonstrated a credible fear for his life, barred Kilmar's removal to El Salvador specifically. Now, after his release from immigration detention, Kilmar returned to his life in Maryland, had a child with his wife, helped his wife raise her two other children, and was employed as a sheet metal worker. But on March 12, 2025, Kilmar was driving home with his 5-year-old son when he was pulled over by immigration officers. They arrested him without explanation and threatened to have social services pick up his son if his wife didn't arrive within 10 minutes. Kilmar was then whisked off to ICE detention and, with no due process whatsoever, was sent for an indefinite stay in a torture prison in El Salvador, the very country a judge had expressly forbidden the U.S. government from sending him to. Kilmar's wife, Jennifer, had no idea where he was until someone sent her a picture of the inmates in El Salvador's notorious CICOT prison, and she recognized her husband in the photo. Now, as we've talked about, CICOT has a well-documented history of human rights abuses, including torture, overcrowding, and death at the hands of guards and other inmates. Yet the Trump administration has putatively paid $6 million in a contract that no one has seen yet to El Salvador to house deportees, including many who had never been convicted of any crime, in CICOT under the watchful eye of Bukele, the dictator of El Salvador. Trump and Bukele both bragged about this arrangement on social media, on the news, and in fact, even in the White House.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Trump even publicly raised the possibility of sending Americans, homegrowns as he called them, to CICOT.
We also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country.
And Bukele has seemed excited about the idea of getting paid to violate the rights of American citizens. Meanwhile, Abrego Garcia's wife, Jennifer, filed a suit against the Trump administration. In several court filings, the Trump administration admitted that it had sent Abrego Garcia to El Salvador in error, but the administration still refused to bring Kilmar back. After Maryland federal judge Paula Zenas granted a temporary restraining order directing the Trump administration to, quote, facilitate Kilmar's return, the Trump administration went on the offensive and resurrected a slew of unproven accusations that Abrego Garcia was a member of the MS-13 gang, and even went so far as to Photoshop a picture of Abrego Garcia's hand tattoos with clearly non-original lettering of MS-13. They touted some old restraining orders at his...
Let me check. But I left the door unlocked. I'll be right back. No, no one pulled in yet. Don't you have her on Life 360? Well, either way, let me put my shoes on. It's off? Gotcha. Alright, hold on. I might as well just wait outside. I'll be right back.
Why isn't this fucking matching?
Move.
It doesn't usually take that long. Okay. This has to be the run. Because after this, I'm going to Split Gate. Maybe. I don't know what zombie... I don't know what Hurricane's fucking playing. Ugh. Zombie. Zombie. Oh, somebody's doing marks. Way the fuck out. You have a remembrance, don't you? These guys fucking booked it to go fight a remembrance on level 1. Who does that? Where are they? Royal Army Knights. Okay. Oh, that's gonna knock me. Where's the last one? Isn't it this guy? Is it not this guy? I thought it was this guy. Big shielded guy. He just came up and stabbed him in the back. If you say so. Where are we trying to go? Y'all are not really trying to fight that. They are. They are really trying to fight that. Oh, it's a big teddy bear. I don't even fucking have nothing, bro.
So Sam said the good shit's down here with you.
Yep. I'm about to say it's cold down here.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Sebastian, why did you just disappear, bro?
Ugh. Yell at her? Oh.
What?
Nah, Candy put in the chat to yell at her. So, Sam wants me to yell at you.
Wait, what?
That you're, look, cause she, hit me up saying, did they get here yet? And, I was like, don't you have Life 360? Like, stalk her like you stalk me. She's like, no, it's off. Yell at her.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I never put it back on.
That's funny.
His wife had filed against him, and most important here, they unearthed the story of the time he'd been pulled over by law enforcement in Tennessee and questioned because he was driving from Texas to Maryland with several other immigrants, and the administration used that stop to imply that Kilmar was a human trafficker. Now, some of those accusations may be true, but we can't be sure which ones because Kilmar was never tried in court. The government has never had to meet its burden of proof, and no judge or jury has ever considered the evidence and made a finding. The administration's accusations were just that, they were accusations, and without due process, there was no way to evaluate their veracity. But in addition to the PR, the Trump administration also appealed Judge Enos's order to the Supreme Court, which issued a unanimous decision affirming that the administration had to, quote, facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States. Though oddly, Deputy Chief of Staff...
Because they brought him back on charges, though.
Oh, good. Freaking, my in-laws' doctor, their office closed down.
Oh, yeah?
Talking about, it had a whole sign outside. Unforeseen circumstances.
No, over here, too. Supposedly, the next one, they're going to do Chicago and New York next, they said.
Yeah, they said due to unforeseen circumstances, the office is closed. Medical records are available upon request. Please call the office and leave a message requesting records, and someone will call you and for them to be ready to pick them up.
Yeah, yeah. Over here, too. Like, this place is empty. Like,
right. It's like now everybody's realizing, like, exactly
Power's taking forever. You ready for bed?
Yeah, we need them.
yeah, yeah. That's what I was telling Sam. I was like, you know what? Like, I'm all in. Like, cause I know it's not us that's gonna suffer
You
at
have
the end
to
of the
think
day.
if
Like,
you
we
forget
good.
what's fun until
It's gonna be the
fun,
people that
but when it's
complained
not
about this shit that's gonna
fun,
be like, oh wait.
don't do
They're gonna
it.
be suffering the
Yeah.
most. The most.
That's why I'm like, nah, I'm good. Let them do that.
Stephen Miller apparently
She
read.
just feels bad because she has a lady in her office that literally is terrified. She's like a 60-year-old lady. And she cleans the office or whatever. Yeah. And she's always, before she leaves, she was like, was it because they did a raid at her complex? Oh, wow. Yeah, because there's a Home Depot right across the street. And since the beginning of fucking time, there were people there waiting. And no, they rounded all of them up. Oh my god. So now she's upset because they still pass by, like with the van or whatever. Yeah.
An entirely different Supreme Court decision and declared this a victory for the White House.
In our favor.
In our favor.
The one thing that, like, if they do New York, like, because I used to work, what's that place? Rockland, like right before you hit that that bridge, the bridge to go like towards Connecticut or whatever, towards the turnpike and all that. Yeah. Fucking, I used to work around there in Rockland in this bakery. Yeah, and it's the biggest bakery in the tri-state. Like I used to deliver from Pennsylvania, Connecticut, you know, all the tri-state area. But I know all the people in that bakery are not. The drivers aren't legal. The workers aren't legal. Like.
So that entire bakery was shut down.
Yeah, but like that'll be like, cause even hospitals that you work, like they get, it's schools, hospitals that get, you know, bread from them. Even other bakeries that like you see, they'll deliver their bread to them to help them out. Right. So I know if they raid them, that's gonna be devastating.
Against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States.
And around that same time, Trump and Bukele, who had a meeting at the White House, had jaunty back and forth talking about how they couldn't possibly return Abrego Garcia to the United States.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But meanwhile, Judge Zenas was growing increasingly weary of these antics and ordered the administration to give...
Bunch of blonde-haired, blue-eyed immigrants saying, it's funny, I've never been stopped by ICE, and I'm not legal.
I mean,
you know who I
told,
didn't
like,
realize got,
around here is
supposedly he got detained, and I think he got deported. That dude, that Moreno, that just be doing that in his TikToks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that he got deported. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Regular status updates about what steps it was taking to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. But the administration did not take this order particularly seriously. The Trump administration filed a series of uninformative so-called status updates, which basically amounted to thumbing their noses at the court. But in response to this recalcitrance, after a contentious hearing, the judge granted the plaintiff's request for expedited discovery.
Wait.
No, I said there is.
Oh. You know what? Put that on. If you want, and you could do me a favor at the same time, there's more here. Let me fill this bowl up. Cause what we usually do if we don't smoke here, like, Sam has the door open, and we just smoke in the room or whatever. So if you could just roll those two, I got 2 little wraps right here, and then you could take. So that way you can just chill, watch TV, so you don't get bored watching me fucking look at the news. There should be 2 lighters in her room by the computer. Okay. Alright. And relax, you drove too much.
Before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
At 5:30?
But not surprisingly, the administration immediately appealed, asking for a stay of the judge's discovery order. But the Court of Appeals denied the request for a stay, and the government was left in the uncomfortable position of having to provide Judge Zenas with evidence that it was complying with the law, which it seemed clear they were not. Meanwhile, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen paid Abrego Garcia a visit in El Salvador. But after several characteristically...
Fucking, let me take out this dog. Hold up. Simba! Come on, let's go outside. Sit down. Sit.
What is this? Oh, that's her triple ring of light. Why would you undo that? I never noticed the music. How did y'all get caught up in that? I missed that. I wanted to try it. I've never played with these 3 discus thingies before.
Sit. 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 Stay. Stay.
They actually don't do like a whole lot of damage. You missed, motherfucker. Maybe like into mobs or something, it could work.
Stay. Alright. Hey, dog, lay down.
The anemic status reports, plaintiffs filed a motion claiming that the Trump administration wasn't engaging in discovery in good faith. Defendants objected to plaintiffs' discovery requests, arguing that the timeline for discovery was too fast. The discovery requests were based on the false premise that the United States can or has been ordered to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and claiming that the material was privileged. But the judge wasn't having it and took the Trump administration to task for its continued non-compliance, stating that, quote, defendants and their counsel well know that the falsehood lies not in any supposed premise, but in their continued mischaracterization of the Supreme Court's order. Defendants' objection reflects a willful bad faith refusal to comply with discovery obligations. And she found the defendants' privilege claims equally specious and their complaints about the timeline unconvincing because, quote, for weeks defendants have sought refuge behind vague and unsubstantiated assertions of privilege, using them as a shield to obstruct discovery and evade compliance with this court's orders. But she directed plaintiffs to narrow their interrogatories and ordered defendants to actually answer. Now, over the next month, the parties continued to fight over the scope of the discovery and the adequacy of the Trump administration's responses. But because of the administration's continual recalcitrance in this case, including, according to plaintiffs, discovery deficiencies, consistent delays and refusal to reply properly to interrogatories, plaintiffs asked Judge Zenas permission to file a motion for sanctions. And on June 4th, after months of uncooperative behavior, the judge granted the plaintiffs permission to move forward with their motion for sanctions. Now,
just look at that border placement, expertly done. This is the epitome of sport.
meanwhile, the Trump administration tried to get the entire lawsuit dismissed, claiming that Judge Zenas and the Maryland District Court lacked jurisdiction. While that motion to dismiss was still pending and plaintiffs were
There we go.
So a couple things. I definitely cuffed the lighter.
Oh. Thank you.
And there's only one wrap in there.
Oh, there was?
Yeah.
Oh, then don't worry about it.
Okay.
That's gonna actually, hold on. Ugh. Because I know we have. She said there was two.
Went 9 days with no alcohol. Yesterday I started spiraling again, and I was manic for 32 days straight. I had 2 beers last night. How are you feeling tonight, though? Like, how are you doing today? Is today a good day? That's not lightning.
Come on. Lay down. Lay down. All right.
were busy drafting their motion for sanctions, the Trump administration made the surprise announcement that, amazingly, Abrego Garcia had been returned to the United States. Now, if you've been renditioned to a foreign country and then inexplicably brought back to the United States only to face federal charges, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of the data breach letters saying that your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So to the surprise of everyone, in a one-page notice filed with the court on June 6th, the Trump administration informed the court that, quote, on April 4th, 2025, this court ordered defendants to facilitate the return of plaintiff Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia to the United States. Defendants hereby provide notice that they have complied with the court's order and indeed have successfully facilitated Abrego Garcia's return. As the Attorney General recently announced, Abrego Garcia was returned to the United States today to stand trial on criminal charges in the Middle District of Tennessee. So the administration then argued that the judge's order should be dissolved and the entire case should be dismissed as moot. In the meantime, the administration requested a stay on all case proceedings, including discovery. So it turns out that despite the Trump administration's repeated protestations and statements to the court, they actually were capable of bringing Abrego Garcia back. Or as the plaintiffs put it in their June 8th motion asking the court to continue to allow discovery and potential sanctions, quote, two things are now crystal clear. First, the government has always had the ability to return Abrego Garcia, but it simply refused to do so. Second, the government has conducted a determined stalling campaign to stave off contempt sanctions long enough to concoct a politically face-saving exit from its own predicament. And obviously the face-saving exit the plaintiffs are referring to is the Trump administration's decision to bring Abrego Garcia back to the United States, but only after the Department of Justice had indicted him for charges relating to a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee. So let's talk about that incident. Here's what we know so far. On December 1st, 2022, Abrego Garcia was pulled over for speeding in a vehicle with 8 passengers and told police that he had come from Texas several days earlier and were traveling to Maryland to do construction work. The police officers who stopped him speculated that he might be transporting people for money because there was no luggage in the vehicle, but they decided not to ticket or charge Abrego Garcia. Instead, they sent him on with a warning. And so it's this incident that appears to form the basis of the federal charges that have been filed against Abrego Garcia. And on June 6th, we finally learned what those were when the Trump Department of Justice asked for the unsealing of a shocking May 21st grand jury indictment against Abrego Garcia. So first, a note on grand juries. A grand jury trial is not a regular criminal trial. It is, in most criminal cases, the precursor to a criminal trial, during which the prosecutor presents a group of randomly selected jurors with the prosecutor's potential arguments against a defendant. It's how the charges get formalized. In an actual criminal trial, the defendant would have an attorney, an opportunity to present witnesses and arguments in their defense, and the ability to confront the witnesses against them. But in a grand jury proceeding, the defendant and his attorneys cannot be present to refute or even hear the evidence or witness testimony. And grand juries can also consider evidence like hearsay that would not be admissible in a criminal trial. In a criminal trial, the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, and in a grand jury trial, the prosecutor must only prove that there is probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed and that the person being investigated was the person who committed it. And obviously, grand juries do not convict people, they simply recommend whether a prosecutor should launch a criminal trial against that person. And grand jury proceedings are not adversarial proceedings where both sides can present evidence. They are one-sided proceedings where only the prosecutor gets to present their case, which is why grand juries have often been criticized as a rubber stamp for prosecutors. But sometimes, as is the case here, a grand jury says there's not even enough evidence for one particular charge or others. And that acts as a sort of veto against the charges even before a case has been filed. And in this previously sealed grand jury indictment, the Department of Justice alleged that Abrego Garcia's 2022 trip through Tennessee was one of more than 100 human trafficking trips that Abrego Garcia made as part of a years-long conspiracy. Now, obviously, anytime we deal with an indictment, these are merely accusations from the government. They are so far unproven. But according to the government's filings in the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Tennessee, the government alleges from 2016 to 2025, Abrego Garcia conspired with several other unnamed non-citizens to transport thousands of undocumented immigrants from South and Central American countries into the United States. The government alleges that Abrego Garcia's co-conspirators helped the immigrants illegally cross the border into Texas. Then Abrego Garcia and other drivers were paid to transport the undocumented immigrants to other parts of the United States. And according to the indictment, both Abrego Garcia and many of the people he transported were members of the MS-13 gang. The government is also alleging that Abrego Garcia and his co-conspirators transported people, including children, in unsafe ways, in makeshift seats and in the floors of vehicles, and that Abrego Garcia himself had abused some of the women he had transported. And the indictment also mentioned that one of Abrego Garcia's supposed co-conspirators was involved in a 2021 incident where a tractor trailer carrying migrants overturned in Mexico and caused more than 50 deaths. And based on these allegations, the government indicted Abrego Garcia on 2 counts from 8 U.S.C. 1324, conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens. The first section creates criminal liability for anyone who, quote, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, transports or moves or attempts to transport or move such alien within the United States by means of transportation or otherwise in furtherance of such violation of law. So to make its case, the DOJ will have to prove that Abrego Garcia transported or attempted to transport illegal aliens within the United States, and also that he either knew or recklessly disregarded the fact that they were in the United States illegally. Now, in the indictment, the government highlighted the fact that Abrego Garcia supposedly received compensation for this work. As Pam Bondi has claimed, it was his, quote, full-time job. The DOJ is probably emphasizing the financial aspects of the accusations because under the law, if Abrego Garcia was financially compensated for transporting undocumented immigrants, that would allow the prosecution to pursue a stiffer sentence. Now, we don't yet know what evidence the government has in support of these allegations. We'll have to reserve judgment until we see that evidence. But I will say, it is awfully convenient that they've suddenly found all of these horrendous accusations relating to the seemingly random guy that just became the flashpoint for this entire international snafu. Which leads me to be more than a little skeptical about these accusations. Now, the Trump DOJ has also filed a motion for detention, asking the court to hold Abrego Garcia in pretrial custody instead of releasing him on bail pending trial. In support of that argument that Abrego Garcia is a danger to the community and should not be released, the government dropped a few more bombs in both its motion and Attorney General Pam Bondi's announcement, which are not part of the indictment, claiming that Abrego Garcia had also transported firearms and drugs, that he was responsible for the murder of a rival gang member's mother in El Salvador, and that he solicited naked pictures from a minor. But Abrego Garcia has not been indicted on either of those claims, no evidence has been offered to support them, and not even the grand jury considered them. Now, putting aside the salacious seditiousness of these new allegations, it's worth mentioning just how unbelievably improper it is for the sitting Attorney General to make these prejudicial statements about a criminal defendant who is actively being prosecuted by the Department of Justice. The Trump administration's campaign to smear Abrego Garcia in the media is itself a breach of norms and potentially prosecutorial ethics. In the past, federal, state, and local prosecutors from both political parties have generally only publicly accused defendants of crimes for which a grand jury indicted them. Discussing other potential crimes has long been regarded as an abuse of prosecutorial power, risking obvious unfair harm to defendants' reputations. And according to NBC News, a former senior Justice Department official who requested anonymity citing fears of retaliation said that Bondi often speaks as a partisan Trump loyalist, not as a neutral law enforcement officer. Yeah, dude, we have TVs and eyes. We can see it. But additionally, according to an ABC News report, concerns about the Trump administration's behavior in the Abrego Garcia case may have led to the resignation of Ben Schrader, the chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville. Sources briefed on Schrader's decision told ABC News that Schrader's resignation was prompted by concerns that the case against Abrego Garcia was being pursued for political reasons. Mr. Schrader did not directly address the speculation, but in a pointed LinkedIn post, he stated, quote, "Earlier today, after nearly 15 years as an assistant U.S. attorney, I resigned as chief of the criminal division at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee. It has been an incredible privilege to serve as a prosecutor with the Department of Justice, where the only job description I've ever known is to do the right thing in the right way for the right reasons." So yet again, a career prosecutor with the DOJ resigned rather than move forward with these criminal charges. So
don't raise dragons right off the bat. For new players, at the start of the game, don't rush to raise dragons.
I think at this point we can move from being skeptical about the government's charges against Abrego Garcia to just assuming that they're BS. But still, at least this time he's getting due process. A jury will decide whether the charges against him actually stand up in a criminal court. But already there appeared to be some factual disputes in the government's findings, including inconsistent statements about whether Abrego Garcia told Tennessee police that he was coming from Missouri or Texas. None of these supposed witnesses mentioned in the indictment are named. Many of them appear to be convicted criminals who may have had incentives to be jailhouse informants. And an ABC News report indicates that one of the informants is currently serving a sentence in Alabama for illegally re-entering the United States. All of these factors will have to be considered by an actual jury. And all these witnesses will have to be available for cross-examination and scrutiny. Though, as Abrego Garcia's attorney has pointed out, this still isn't true justice because, quote, true justice means the chance to defend yourself before you're punished, not after. Meanwhile, President Trump has claimed that he thinks the administration has, quote, a very easy case against Abrego Garcia, which sort of raises the question, if it was so easy, why not prosecute him earlier instead of making the politically controversial and unconstitutional decision to whisk him off to a torture prison without due process? And for the time being, the case before Judge Zenas is still alive. The plaintiffs have asked the judge to continue to hold on to her jurisdiction over the case, to order discovery against the Trump administration, and to consider their motion for sanctions. And regardless of the outcome of Abrego Garcia's criminal trial and civil case, the constitutional problems still remain because dozens of other men are still being held in the Salvadoran torture prison without trial or recourse. As Representative Jamie Raskin pointed out, quote, they obviously want to make this about whether or not he ends up being a good guy or a bad guy, but it's not a moral question. It's a legal question. It's a constitutional question of whether the government can pick people up and take them out of the country. So yeah, that's why it's probably a good idea to scrub as much of your personal information off the internet as possible, which you can do with today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni removes your personal data from online data brokers by reaching out directly, and it's great. It allows you to give anyone your increase your Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals. If you click on the link on screen or down below, you can try Incogni risk-free for 30 days and get a full refund if you're not into it. And if you do decide to keep it, you'll still get the exclusive 60% off discount so long as you use my link.
Alright, that's enough for that. Oh. Israel attacked Iran?
Already?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm about to pull up the...
Military officials, they are reporting that Iran had enough fusion material to make 15 nuclear weapons within days. Anyway, joining us now from the Pentagon, our own Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, what are you hearing there?
Well, Sean, it's very clear that the U.S. military would like to distance itself from these strikes inside Iran. We've heard from U.S. defense officials that the U.S. military was not involved. But we also are learning from Israeli security sources about what went down earlier today. I am told that there was a cabinet meeting inside Israel and that the war cabinet believed that they were getting together to talk about a ceasefire in Gaza, a possible hostage deal. And then when they were brought into the room, they were many of them were asked to sign non-disclosure agreements, and they were told that they were really brought together because they were moving forward with the strikes against Iran's nuclear program. I'm told from well-placed sources that this will go on for days, and that some of those targets include not just the nuclear facilities, as well as the ballistic missile sites, but also individuals, and possibly there are indications, reports from the region that the Iranian general staff was targeted, suggesting that the chief of staff of the Iranian army may have been killed in the strikes, and that other Iranian nuclear scientists were also struck. If you look back to the way that Israel handled Hezbollah in the north with the exploding pagers, it is likely that they wanted to disrupt the ability of Iran's military, their general staff, those responsible for the ballistic missile program, to be able to respond. Israel is bracing itself right now, expecting that there will be some sort of response. But I think if you look at the past, Sean, it's quite clear that taking out that layer of creating chaos amongst those who would call for those ballistic missile strikes is something that Israel has done in the past and would likely have done this time. Again, right now there are reports of some explosions in and around Baghdad. The U.S. Has an embassy there, as well as military personnel based in Iraq. And of course, there are 40,000 American troops across the Middle East. They are at bases and in extremely vulnerable positions.
Jorge, you're still streaming?
Yeah, I'm still streaming. Oh yeah, that's me, zombie. That's me. Hold on, let me fucking put this over here. There we go.
Yeah, it was Hurricane.
But it's not coming through to your thing, right?
The White House and the Pentagon have given a warning to the Iranians not to strike those bases, but they are prepared, and that is why you heard Secretary Hegseth order that ordered departure of dependence of military dependence just yesterday. Sean.
All right, Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon tonight. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Dude, it's fucking, like I was saying, it's fucking disheartening, everything that's happening right now. I had an uncle and a cousin get deported out of Laredo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they have their green card. Like, they have permission to be here. They have their visas. They have, like, everything that they needed to be here was legit. But they didn't have it on them. They had left everything at home, and they got picked up at a job site, and they fucking took them. They took them, and they can't get them out. And my aunt has been trying to provide, like, all the paperwork. Like, hey, like, they're here legit. Like, they filed everything appropriately. Like, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars. Like they're supposed to be here. And they don't let them, like, go in or say hi or... What up, Tony? First time chatter. Yeah, so...
Do they know where they're at?
They won't tell them. They won't tell them anything. They've just been trying to get the paperwork. And then, at my sister's restaurant, they took one of the moms that worked there, but I don't know her status. And, there was nobody there to pick up her daughter from school.
Yeah.
And the school was trying to get a hold of everybody until the little girl remembered just my sister's phone number and was like, hey, like, I can't find my mom. Nobody could find her. She's gone. Oof. I don't know if these discs are gonna be much help in this fight. Dude, you're down already, bro? These actually take a big fucking chunk of my fucking mana.
Your mana's your magic?
Mm-hmm. All right, he's gonna start with his bullshit ass circles. Ooh! Nope.
To Manhattan for an update on the sex trafficking and racketeering trial for Sean Diddy Combs.
No, not my mom.
This week, the jury has been hearing
uncle and my
testimony
cousin
from
got
a
taken
woman
in a
using the
burrito.
pseudonym Jane,
Fuck, I didn't
who
see
is a
that
single
circle on
mother
me.
and content creator, and she dated the music mogul from 2021 to 2024. Today is her 5th day on the stand
How's it going, little ghetto
testifying, and
girl?
it is her second day of cross-examination. Joining me now live from New York with the latest from today's testimony is Court TV senior producer Emanuela Grinberg. Emanuela, always great to have you on there live in New York. If you would please tell us all the latest from her testimony today.
Hi, Judge Ashley. Yes, you said it. Day 2 of cross for Jane, and the defense is continuing its efforts to try and show that not only was Jane a willing participant in these hotel nights, these nights.
Oh shit! I forgot. I still had to. Who this? What other name you go by?
Nights of sex with other men in which Sean Combs watched and pleasured himself, but also that Sean Combs was responsive to her concerns and her pushback and, you know, her desire for a relationship that was more out in the open, that was public, and that he wasn't just stringing her along with promises of quality time, and that he was really, you know, there was more give and take in this relationship. We've heard about nights when they stayed together and they didn't have hotel nights. We heard about periods, long stretches when they wouldn't have hotel nights at all. We heard about one time when she pushed back and said, "I'm not really feeling it tonight," and he said, "All good." And so that ended with them watching videos from old hotel nights. And then we heard about a time where she pulled what she called the hotel night card. Another partner of Sean's, another lover of his, was with him in the Caribbean, vacationing, having the trip that she always wanted with him. She contacted him, said, "Get your ass back here, or there'll be no more or we're not having another party." He came back, and that resulted in a Valentine's Day hotel night that she coordinated, inviting two entertainers, as they were called, as she called them, and with a lavish spread that was all set up by her. So hearing more just about the, you know, push and pull and the tension in this relationship, and really, you know, just the extent to which it may or may not have been consensual.
It takes like 2 seconds. He fucking murked me before that magic even went out.
Consent or not, that's the issue the jury will have to decide. Now, tell us, what are we watching for next, Emanuela?
That's true.
Great question. We're waiting to see. Well, we just heard before the break that Tenny Garagos, defense lawyer, intends to wrap up her cross today. We know that Jane has an international trip tomorrow that they have been trying to free her of. I mean, finish this testimony for in time for. So should be done with her by tomorrow. And then we're waiting to see if the government is actually going to rest their case, like by the end of the week, like they earlier said they would. We know that the defense has filed some proposed jury instructions. We know it's never too early to start thinking about jury instructions, is what the judges always say. But we know that they have filed their proposed jury instructions, and that they were starting to plan ahead for the defense case. But before that happens, will the government call anyone else? Will they call?
Yo, look at this dude right here, like all
Right?
creepy.
Tony, you play this?
Hold up.
I think I saw that you were one of the people that plays this.
That dude's been there for like the entire.
Government is actually going to rest their case, like they would. Filed some, what the judges always say, but we know that they have filed their proposed jury instructions, and that they were starting to plan ahead for the defense case. But before that happens, will the government call anyone else? Will they call any? Will they call any of these alleged co-conspirators? Will they call any more of these escorts?
Yeah, that might be security. I'm tweaking. That's me tweaking. All right. I want to actually try ProCreate. Oh, let me ask Bonka's son, actually. Oh, yo, Bonk. Did you finish that Quiet Place game?
I didn't. Not yet.
How is it? Cause
Fun.
Candy, cause like one of my favorite games is Alien Isolation. She was like, it's like that. So now like it caught my attention.
You should play it. It's definitely fun. Are you gonna play with the microphone on or the microphone off though?
On, of course. Like
Oh, I've been playing with it off only because I've been interacting
you
with the
little
chat.
cheater. Now
No,
you, it's a risk. It's a risk.
No, there's no way. You wouldn't be able to play the entire game. The entire game is mic enabled. You wouldn't be able to play and interact with chat at all whatsoever. And every time I play that game, there are actually chatters in the chat. If they were just lurking or there was nobody there to interact with, like nothing, then I'd be like, sure, we can turn on the mic and we can see what's up. But every time I play that game, luckily, there have been people chatting in the chat. And I'd rather interact with chat and just enjoy the quiet play because you can't run, you can't sprint, you can't walk through tall grass, you can't go through gravel, you can't go, like every single thing in the game procs these motherfuckers to kill you. Everything, every fucking sound procs these guys to kill you. So mic on or mic off, you're gonna die anyway. Guaranteed. Guaranteed you're gonna fucking die. I think I'm at like 30 some deaths. I should play it right now. I was gonna play a demo, but you reminded me that I still have that open. I should just play that right now. Just take a breather from Night Rain for a sec. Tower done. Good job, Kiva.
Oh, me, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Giselle. Just saying what?
There's only 15 people viewing right now. I'm gonna be top streamer for A Quiet Place. Let's go.
Nice. You know what? I want to draw this.
When you have Fios home internet from Verizon, you can
know,
save
yeah, you
over
should get into it.
40%
You
on the
can play
movies
right
and
now.
shows.
That would be
Okay, and
amazing.
Is it free?
It was on sale.
I gotta look it up.
I got it on sale. I also bought, because you know how we're doing Community Day Friday? I bought the game Party Animals. And I downloaded already.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. If you can't make it because you're busy, I totally understand that. Gonna dump my inventory and feed your tarantula. Wait, you have a tarantula in the game? Or IRL?
Do I have a Discord? Yeah, I'm actually in a friend's Discord, but I have my own also.
Tutorial. I'm going to break this drawing down into steps
guys,
that
we're
are way
friends. Did
easier
you
to
hear
follow
him?
than you
He
might
said we're
imagine,
friends.
so
I
that
have a
you can have a
friend.
go, create this, and amaze yourself.
Small percentage of people experience seizures or blackouts that are triggered by the stimulations of this
Okay,
game.
as explained in the intro, I'm going to...
Yeah, do not play A Quiet Place if... Oh, that's right, you did post pictures! His name is Spidey. I was wondering what you were talking about. And then fucking Zombie was like, if you say my name, I don't know what the fuck too. And I was like, wait, what? Are we all still talking about the same thing? I'm so lost. Dude, it says my bitrate is trash right now. It's red. I'm wondering if the stream is lagging. Like, at least it's a stable red, you know? It's not like... What's I trying to do? Spooky sounds so I can scare Kiva. Spooky sounds to scare Kiva. Let's go.
Alright, let me set some things up. I gotta put you here.
I live for the applause, applause, applause.
Okay, that means I gotta put God damn, how am I gonna do this? Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. God damn it, I gotta turn on this monitor. Give me a minute. Alright. So if I put Alright. So if I put you here. Oh, they came in the chat and wanted to go into the Discord or whatever. Yeah, they're in they're in my chat unless you have the notifications to my chat on. Oh, okay. Alright, so hold on, I gotta move you back like that. There we go. Bro, you made it. Oh my god. That's wow. Wow. And yeah, that no, that is true. I gotta be more active. Simba, sit your ass down. You were playing yes. Alright, so I could put damn it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. So when's the last time I played with Jay? Oh, that's why. Okay, so I have to put God damn it, yo. Drifter's name is Jay, so my bad for not clarifying. No, yeah, honestly, I'm trying to remember when's the last time I played with Drifter, to be honest, bro. Um does he like if I did play with him, it would have had to been in Destiny 2. Cause that's what I mained for a while. But I haven't been on it like how I used to, so a lot of people I haven't played with a lot of people in a bit, But I want to say, yeah, the last time I played with him was it's been a minute definitely, because I've been running a lot of my Destiny stuff with Bonka and Bop, so when I'm on, nobody's really on, so yeah, it's been a minute. Plus, I've been doing a lot of like solo, trying to solo dungeons, which should I? Nah, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Um, Try to solo a dungeon. Actually, no, I can't. Nope, I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. That's all the time. Can't do it. I'll fuck myself up. um. Oh, this is what I could do. Okay. Instead of this. Yeah.
But it's so fucking dark. I can't see where I'm going or what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's the thing too. There's been a lot more games that have been catching my attention. Like recently, what we were playing Splitgate for a couple of days. Um, I played this demo Wildgate. Like there's a whole lot of stuff that's coming out that is definitely taking away from that Destiny like attractiveness. Like even that Invincible game that's coming out looks fire. Like it's a whole bunch of stuff that I'm kind of looking forward to. Hold on, I gotta fix this. My fault that you're not seeing anything. I'm trying to fix my OBS here. I'm trying to make it in a way that I could I want to put the thing here. Oh no. That's why I don't even have to do that. I could do it on this one. Okay. Okay, I know what to do.
No fucking way he saw me, bro.
I just gotta do a couple things. Give me a second, guys. There we go. Okay. Now, let me press that. Start broadcast. Alright, bam. But I'm going to move you to over here. Minimize you. Now, I'm going to do another display capture. I'm going to put that big screen. I'm gonna add OK. We're gonna put the Phillips Joan in it. Bam. I'm gonna put it right here. Minimize that. Okay. Now we're gonna maximize this. But so you guys could see it, we're gonna move it over here. And that's how I wanted it. Cool. I'm not much of a gamer myself. But I do enjoy watching him play certain games. What does he play now? You said Call of Duty? Why? Oh yeah. There we go. Hold on, I gotta add audio. Add. Hold on, let me see. Alright, let me see if that works. Alright, let me see if that's gonna help.
As well as the app I'm using.
There we go. A lot more need for speed. Does he have the
ProCreate. Now that isn't to say that you couldn't
the
use a
steering
different
wheel,
app
or is
on
it
a
through
different
controller?
tablet and still follow along. Having said that, within the app ProCreate, I'm using their default A4 canvas size, which is 200.
Alright, hold on. We're gonna add another one.
No, it's not controller enabled. Damn it.
Nah.
197 by 210 millimeters at 300 dpi.
Mouse on my
And also
keyboard.
within ProCreate, their color profile, which is on the list by default, is the one that has sRGB and ends in 2.1. And in terms of the brushes, I'm going to use only.
In Dispatch, you play as Robert, a fallen superhero formerly known as Mega Man. Having lost his mecha suit in battle, he's recruited to join the SDN, the Superhero Dispatch Network, as a dispatcher.
Which one did he do?
This section of the game, Robert has just arrived for his first day at SDN.
sRG.
As sRGB and ends in 2.1. And in terms of the brushes, I'm going to use only the default brushes that come free with the app. So they include within airbrushing the soft brush, the medium brush.
Let me Oh yeah, he's got the whole setup for Need for Speed. That is cool. That is fucking awesome, to be honest.
Brush and the medium hard brush. Within artistic, I'm going to be using the leatherwood brush. Within charcoals, I might use the burnt tree brush. Within elements, I'm going to be using the flames brush. And within organic, possibly the snow gum brush. And last of all, in terms of the colours, well, I've already pre-selected a colour palette, and each of these colours, if you go to the value section here, has what we call a hexadecimal code associated with it. Each of these codes is down in the video description, so you can just copy and paste them into this box and press enter. The colour will appear up here, and then you can tap it into your colour palette. Or to save you some time, there is a link also next to the codes that takes you to my Patreon page where you can download the colour file for free. And Patreon is also the place where you can gain access to exclusive content, such as extended versions of these tutorials, and of course you can support this channel over there. I'd like to say a massive thank you to those people who do support me over at Patreon. It really does make a huge difference. So thank you so much.
I never understood that. What's the point of the long toilet?
The point of the what?
The long toilet.
Hold on, I just
People in wheelchairs? Short people? Do not, bro fist. Bro fist.
To be honest, I don't know. We put them in our apartments, though. Definitely. A lot of people.
Should I have bro fisted him? Do you bro fist when you're peeing next to somebody in a urinal?
No, it's never happened. I've never thought about it.
It just told me in the game that he's gonna remember that I didn't bro fist him while we were peeing next to each other.
Now, I will say if somebody offered a bro fist, I'll probably give it to him. Scrub the shit out of my hands afterwards, though.
So the first thing I'm going to do with my canvas is just rotate it to the portrait orientation. I'm going to go to my colours, choose the first colour on the top row. I'm going to drag.
Alright, that's basically baby blue, so we're going to pick baby blue. But give me 1 second. I want to do one more thing.
I know way too much about men peeing now. I know way too much about how men pee now. Oh my god. Is that really what happens in the fucking restroom?
I don't even know if I want to know.
Dude.
From the colour circle into the canvas area, and it should flood fill the whole canvas. Now please be aware that the
Yeah, you fucker.
Think that's pretty damn close.
The colours sometimes look a little bit different on camera, But as long as you've downloaded the color palette or taken note of the color codes, then you will be using the colors that I'm using. So the next thing we're going to do on layer 1 is go to our second color. We're going to go to the airbrushing, soft brush. We're going to put the size of the brush really quite big, maybe about 40%, 100% opacity, and then just in that bottom area, maybe to about, well, just a little bit above halfway. In fact, here. Then I'm going to go to the adjustments.
Boop. I already know what you're going to do. I already know what you're going to do.
Like a chump. Like a chump.
Ooh,
This shit's funny.
There we go. That's a lot better. Nah. Little bit darker.
Oh shit.
You know what? Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Anger issues, unsurprising history of arson. Oh, there's more.
So then we're gonna go to galvanize blur.
Gaussian blur, and I'm going to blur
Crimes,
that in.
embezzlement, extortion,
It's
drug
about
possession, forgery, fraud, money laundering,
Then I'm
perjury,
going to
and
go to my
cyberbullying.
layers and create a new layer, layer 2. I'm going to change brush. I'm going to
Okay.
go to the artistic leatherwood brush. And I'm going to go for the third color on the top row. And these are going to represent trees that are in the distance. So they're not going to be as tall in our canvas. They're going to be closer to where we imagine the horizon line to be, which in this scene is going to be, well, it's going to be less than underneath halfway, maybe about here. So our trees are only going to be sort of within this region. Going to put the brush size down pretty low on the 2% and also not too high
Her
on
name
the
is
opacity,
Coupe,
so
and
maybe
everybody
about
thinks it's dumb,
40%.
so they call her
And if we
Coupe,
want to put
bro.
our horizon line in there, so we don't go too far off, so maybe about there. Then from this line, we can do some trees.
Okay.
Just have them kind of sticking up from that point. Just get them in place initially. Doesn't have to be terribly thought out at all. And then from there, we just go kind of rock left to right. Get them established in there.
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because with the free AdBlock extension from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye to ads on sites like YouTube. That's right. No more interruptions. Just nonstop streaming on your
Difficulty
favorite
with
sites.
squeezing through doors.
And while we're blocking
Enjoys
ads,
his
why
poetry
not
and
say
basketball. That's pretty cool.
Obviously, they're kind of roughly kind of cone shaped, these trees. So they start off with a spike and then they get broader as they come further down. You can just do it in a kind of squiggle, really. It doesn't really take too much effort, time, or concentration. These are going to be blurred out in a moment, and they're going to be very much a background feature. So these are just meant to be quite subtle. We don't want it to be an empty background, so having something there is better than having just a blank, featureless background. You can leave some gaps here and there if you want to, but honestly, I don't think spending too much time on this is important. As long as we've got something in there like that, then we can go to the layer slide and duplicate it. It will intensify it.
Oh,
Did go a little
no
bit
fucking
pale with the
way.
40%, and that's fine. Easily corrected by duplicating to strengthen it back up. I'm going to take those two versions of layer 2. A bit awkward, but I've just pinched them together. Then I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and I'm going to slide that across to, well, pretty significant actually, to about 10%. You can see that all of the I'm going to take those two versions of layer 2. A bit awkward, but I've just go to the layer slide and duplicate it. It will intensify.
Alright, so bam. Duplicate. Put it together.
It did go a little bit pale with the 40%, and that's fine. Easily corrected by duplicating to strengthen it back up. I'm going to take those two versions of layer 2. A bit awkward, but I've just pinched them together. Then I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur.
Somebody with intellect.
Yellow. Hey, babe. You need a woosah moment? Whoa, what happened? It's always the high schoolers. Just, you know. Gotcha. I mean, you could, technically. It's up to you. You gonna let me go? Alright, bye. Oh, where's my charger now? God damn it. I know I shouldn't have used the phone as a camera, but fuck it. It still works. There we go.
And I'm going to slide that across to, well, pretty significant actually, to about 10%. And you can see that all of the detail is just kind of blown out now anyway. So had we spent a long time fine-tuning that, then it would have been a waste of time. So that is good as a background. Go to our layers, create a new layer, layer 3. Go to our colors, we'll go to the 4th color. Now, these trees are going to be slightly more prominent in the scene. So perhaps we'll just spend a little bit more time on these, but not too much more. I'm going to go to the airbrushing soft brush. We need to put that really down, high on the 2%, maybe about 60%. But no, we'll put it 100% and we can always subdue the layer. And we'll do it that way instead. We're going to go from the horizon line. Go up, hold it, until it snaps to a straight line, and that's our first tree. And we'll do one or two. Maybe not quite so tall in the center. I do want some light to kind of emerge through in this area. So we can just do a few trees there. And once you've got just a rough sense of tree trunks, we will go back to the artistic leatherwood brush. And we're going to go back in there. So what settings have we had before? We had low on the 2% before, so we'll just go up to the 3%. And we'll also put it up to the 100%. And we'll start off with just some foliage. And really we need to think about the direction of the branches. So maybe at the top they're going to have more of an upward swing. And then as they get further down, just the weight of the branches is going to start pushing them in more of a downward direction. And you can see I'm kind of rocking left to right, and I'm also leaving, importantly, some gaps. And then as it gets towards the bottom, it can become kind of spread out like that. So there's really...
You know what? Hold on. Can I do that, please? There we go.
fewer gaps, or fewer bits of foliage rather. And then we can take another sweep up there just to fill it in a little bit if it's gone a little bit too sparse. And I think the balance of that works now. And then we can go in with another one. Again, generally swinging upwards near the upper areas. And then as we come a little bit further down, well, they can just start to drag down a little bit more. And it's okay if they kind of mush together and overlap. I'm absolutely fine about that. Again, we're going to blur this too, so it is going to be slightly more subdued than some of the other tree details. As we come down here, maybe just fewer details at the bottom area of the tree trunk again. And let's move over to another one. Maybe that upward swing again, and then it starts to push down as it comes further down the tree. Move from left to right, and then it just dissipates out. And we can always move back up the tree, fill in some of those gaps. Find the effect, find the level of detail that kind of works, and then another one here. We don't see the top of these trees sometimes, they go off the canvas, and that's fine. And then again, we'll just kind of mush together. Maybe the tree trunks need to be a little bit broader, so we could go back to the airbrushing soft brush, same settings as before, and just go over it a couple of times just to thicken up those tree trunks if they need it. Especially at the base, it makes more sense. We might just get some mist just to soften them in at the bottom there anyway, but Yeah, gone a bit wobbly there, but again, it doesn't matter. We're going to go over it with the textured brush anyway, so go to the artistic leatherwood brush. And again, same settings. Really great thing is if you switch between brushes, then ProCreate just remembers the settings from the previous brush. You don't need to keep amending it, which is great.
Wow. I fucked that shit up.
Just go straight in there, fill those in. Maybe a few more at the edges here. Well, we've got a blank central area. Maybe I go back to the airbrushing soft brush. And I don't want to overcrowd the central area, but perhaps just one more in here. Maybe just another one there that's not quite as close, and maybe even a couple of smaller ones there that could be more middle distance.
There we go.
Back to the artistic leatherwood brush, and same thing again. In fact, let's turn the opacity of this one down. Let's be a little less strong, and it might just help with the sense that it's in the distance. So I'm going to put that at 60%. And then, you know, it can still get up to the same darkness if you go over and over it, but it's just going to subdue it slightly. Push it a little bit further back, and that should do the trick. And if you don't release your hand, or you just keep doing it in one movement, then it stays at the same strength all the way down as well. Okay, so I'm going to take that layer, I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and again, I'm going to blur this in pretty significantly. We did it at 10%, and the more distant ones, these are going to be slightly less blurred in. So maybe about the 7%, and then deselect. And we're starting to build up a kind of really nice kind of textured background now. Go to our layers and create a new layer, layer 4. Go to our colors, and we've used the first 4 colors. We'll go for the 5th color. And I'm going to switch to the airbrushing soft brush once more. I'm going to put the size of that brush up maybe to 10%, 100% opacity. And I'm just going to blot in the floor area, the ground area. So I'll take it up to our trees a little bit. I think it makes sense now if we have the ground featuring a little bit more prominently. Perhaps we could have it slightly raised up at the edges, just a hint more here like that. And then we're going to go back to the artistic leatherwood brush. Same settings as before, so we're on 3%. Perhaps put it back up to 100% in fact, for the opacity. And I'm going to have some in here that are just a bit more prominent from the ground level.
Oh shit, hold up.
Again, they don't need...
There we go.
Need an awful lot of detail. Artistic leatherwood brush. Same settings as before, so we're on 3%. Perhaps put it back up to 100% in fact, for the opacity. And I'm going to have some in here that are just a bit more prominent from the ground level. Again, they don't need an awful lot of detail. Just some things sort of poking up from the ground. Obviously got big versions there, but there's no reason why we wouldn't have shorter trees.
That's the whole demo? No fucking way. How long did that even last?
Just many versions that join up with the ground level there, obviously. And then we'll go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and we'll blur that in again.
Dispatch.
The 7%. Deselect.
Dispatch, what's that about?
The superheroes one.
Superheroes.
I will create.
I can't believe that was the whole ass fucking demo. No fucking way.
Like, is that a good thing or?
I wanted to keep playing more. Like, I was interested to keep fucking going.
That's what I mean.
Can't
So
believe
it was a good demo.
it was. I feel like it doesn't even let you get like a chance to like really understand it before the demo's just done. Like it just fucking ended.
Bonka's mad she got edged.
Bro, for real. It's not even funny. It hurts. Like I need more. I need more. Need more superheroes in my life. Dude,
Right,
but that
another layer
restroom scene
5.
though.
And I'm gonna move on.
So he was okay. So there's apparently
Just some
there's
things
two
sort of-
different sizes of urinals on the wall, right? There's a urinal that's like mounted on the wall and it doesn't reach the bottom. Those are the ones I know. But there was another urinal that was like super long, went all the way down to the floor. Why do you need a urinal that goes all the way down to the floor and then still have toilet stalls?
Anka, do you think you shit in the ones that go all the way to the floor?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Why do you need the one that goes all the way to the floor? Like, if you're handicapped or if you need a shorter one, you could just go pee in the toilet. Like, if you have to sit down and push it down to, like, pee between your legs or whatever because it's too small, like, why don't you just use the toilet? Why do you need one that's mounted on the wall and one that goes all the way to the floor?
Well,
like the length of the wall.
There's
Hurricane.
Good.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
We do not use the same. We don't piss in the same urinal. Him and I do not piss in the same urinal. That's exactly why right there.
Not at all.
Because where his
my balls would be dipping into the dirty water. Yeah.
Yeah. Where his balls are, my balls are like I don't know, a foot. Well, not a foot difference, but they're
it's a significant difference. Yeah.
And instead of just being like, oh shit, you have to wait, because what if somebody's taking a shit? What if two people got a shit and then you're just sitting there fucking doing the pee-pee dance because you don't want to sit in there and fucking wash your balls in the urinal. You just have one that is the entire wall, so that way he could piss in it and I could piss in it.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I mean, also, you know, it's safe to say that little people exist in the world. Like, so it's...
That's why I would think they would just use the toilet.
What, the toilets are busy. The toilets are reserved for shitting or scared pissers.
Yeah, yeah.
If you
the ones that are not supposed to fist pump me while they're fucking pissing right next to me.
Waka, why would some dude fist pump you while you were pissing?
You didn't see the demo?
I didn't. I saw you were playing that, so I turned it off.
I guess they got people fist pumping while in the urinal.
I mean,
and
you know,
and I wonder if, because after I made my decision, it said that so and so character would remember my decision. So I'm thinking all of your decisions matter when it comes to choosing which dialogue to go forward with.
So is this like a wolf? Yeah, I was about to say a Wolf Among Us or something.
Dude,
it's from the creators of.
Bro, yeah, that was like,
and they're coming out with another one too.
Yeah, yeah. Did you ever play the Batman Detective one? That they came out? Yeah, that one was cool.
I've played that one. I've played the Borderlands one. I've played the Game of Thrones one. I've played, of course, all of the Walking Dead ones.
Yep.
I played the Wolf Among Us.
The only one that I haven't played, just because, I don't know, I think I lost interest, was the Guardians of the Galaxy.
I played that one too. That one was good. I think it had a good mixture of, like, I'm telling a story, and then it had some shoot 'em up bang bangs. So, and it was free on PlayStation Plus, so that kind of helped out too.
Yeah. I think I only.
So I have to play the Wolf Amongst Us games.
Oh my god!
Any Telltale game. Especially, like, even, like, if you want to go straight to The Walking Dead, like, that's a good, because it, you know, how many parts do they have?
Fucking 5.
Yeah, I want to say, like, it's a pretty good, yeah, it's a pretty good story. It's a pretty good story.
Yeah.
What's up, Bob? You coming to play Chain Together with Hurricane?
I see Hurricane Bob Rossen right now.
Yeah,
he is Bob Rossen.
I am Bob Rossen right now.
That's going to be one of the redeems for the Bobathon is I'm gonna do a Bob Ross painting video.
No way.
I got someone that wants me to fix this monstrosity. Hold on, let me put it up on my screen.
Nice balls.
They're supposed to be skulls.
I was gonna ask, are those what the fuck?
Yeah, and when
The kid draws better fucking skulls than that.
when he first showed it, I was like, "What's it supposed to be?" And he was like, "A phoenix." I was like,
"Oh shit!"
Like that's a fighting cock, bro. Like you got a cock on
It's
your
a
back.
chicken. It's a chicken.
So
You got a dick and
Look at
balls
all
on his
them
back.
chicken.
So I'm gonna actually start working, like drawing something on his shit. But I got a couple here. I'll show you what a
Some
couple
of
of
those
my
skulls
tattoos.
ain't bad though. I mean, some of those skulls weren't that bad.
No.
The face
Yeah,
on
they
that
were.
fucking I didn't say all of them. Some of them weren't that bad. But that face on that thing is a fucking
Yeah.
That's a bird.
The only thing that helped them out was that it wasn't colored in. So like it's easier to cover it up because of that. It's still gonna bleed a little bit through, but it's it is what it is. I like this one. This one my wife wants me to finish this and she wants me to practice on her and putting it on her shoulder.
That's kind of cool.
These are all like original. Like, hold on, I want to show you like the drawing. There we go.
I found this tattoo parlor that's here. They do a special. It's $700 for 6 hours.
Oh, that's not bad.
And it's 6 hours of ink time. So if you get up and take a break, the timer stops. They get up, they take a break, they smoke, they eat, whatever, timer stops. So it's 6 hours of work.
Oh, that's cool.
And you can split it up. They were like, if you and somebody else, you could do 3 hours and 3 hours or whatever. And I'm like, $700, I'm getting a sleeve done.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. We're gonna sit here for 6 hours. I will sit here for 6 hours, and you just do the thingy thing.
Yeah, I was like, well, I can't say put whatever you want.
Yeah.
I can't believe that demo was so small.
This is like my section for like, remember when I said I wanted to do shirts and posters and shit? Like I made this.
That one's sick. That white one with the red bandana or whatever.
Yeah.
What is the beware of what?
Oh, beware.
The video.
My fault.
No, you good. It cuts it off the Bob Ross picture.
Oh, okay. It says beware of dad. Violators will not be found.
Yeah.
This one I want to put like, because I was thinking of Savage, little quotes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so this one says, "You in her DMs, I'm in her throat. We're not the same."
Hell yeah, dude, that's fucking funny.
Wow.
Also, this one I actually printed for a couple people. I want to like, if you try to figure out what like that meaning is.
Is it fuck around and find out?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's funny. That's what's up. I have a t-shirt press.
I have one too. I just need to get the sublimation ink. This one I put on a shirt already. I want to put it on a bigger shirt. But that when I thought of it, I was like, yeah, I need to print that already ASAP. I got this one that I want to do too.
Feeling froggy? That's sick, dude.
Sybil, you better stop.
I wouldn't mind one of those with like a frog has like brass knucks or something.
Yeah. This one was like the first one, the alpha, and I got it in a way that I could print it in different colors. Like I got one in blue that I thought looked sick, and then there's like a red one.
I saw this video. It's what it reminds me of. You seen those? Everyone has two wolves in them. Type. You've seen those?
Yeah. Yep.
I seen this video, and it was these Marines who were in the field, and they were like wrestling each other, and there was a dude, and he was like, Everyone's got two wolves in them, and these are yours, and they're both gay, and they're like wrestling in the background, going like, don't stick your finger in my butt.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
Why is it that light? But yeah, all of these I took pictures of, and I said, you know what, let me upload them and try to digitize them up a bit. I haven't done it in a while though. I need to start finishing them. I did this for a coworker of mine. We did it in the back, in like the break room.
Yeah, I'm sure you did it in the break room.
Yep. He felt it. He felt it.
The mushroom tip?
Yeah.
Yeah, because mushroom.
Oh, man, that's funny. Alright, let me, oh, hold on. There is one other thing I'm kind of proud of. Where's that? Where's my boy at? Oh, I actually dabbled in some animation here, too. Because you could actually make a cartoon if, like...
Russian parkour simulator.
Yeah, the fucking stick figure things back in the day, my dude.
Yeah, I remember those stick figure fights that first came out?
Yes.
Sure.
Bro.
Fucking... I used to love watching them on fucking newgrounds.com.
Where's my
Stick Death? It was like at E-Bombs World or some shit like that, right? Me and my brother used to play those ones.
I watched them on Newgrounds.
Oh, you didn't play them? You just watched them.
I mean, there were some ones that you could play, but I just thought they were cool to watch. They had lots of, like one, it was like one stick figure versus 100.
Yeah.
Poking up from the ground, obviously got big versions there, but there's no reason why we wouldn't have shorter trees and details.
Does it still move? Right,
Just mini versions that join up with the ground level there, obviously. And then we'll go to the adjustments,
try
the
to keep
Gaussian blur,
this
and
middle
we'll blur
part
that in
here
again.
open
The
so I can add
7%,
something
and
to it.
deselect.
Oh,
I will create another layer,
7%.
layer 5, and I'm going to move along to an even darker colour. So we're going to go for the 6th colour along. I'm
That
going to
looks
go
like
in with the airbrushing
horror
soft
shit.
brush.
Like,
Yeah, I want to
100%
put like
size,
some
100%
eyes or
opacity.
whatever in the background. That's
And
why
while
like
it's
he has it more.
spooky
He has it all filled up. Like I want it like something coming at you through the darkness.
Yeah. Do you ever remember those Siren Head? Like when Siren Head was everywhere type thing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of what it reminds me of, like in the background.
I still like that reminds me. Remember when those fucking like I can't really fucking fault them because I used to think of that shit with little urban legends, but when Slenderman came into the fucking picture and people actually thought it was real and someone wasn't a chick that fucking killed someone over it.
Yeah, they were two girls killed one of their classmates over it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And I
'Cause they
was
said
just
that
like,
they were-
what the fuck?
They said Slenderman said to do it, but I guess apparently they didn't get I guess they didn't get along.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to do maybe from here a really nice tall tree that goes off the top. Hold it till it snaps to a straight line.
Oh, okay, we going darker. All right.
I am. I don't know what Bob's. I think Bob's just hanging out.
What?
What?
Oh, zombies asking
Oh,
and we're booting
okay.
up into Night Rain.
Fucked me up for a second.
Yeah, me too.
I sent you the shared chat thing.
Oh, you did?
I think it closed. Yeah, I sent it a while back. I think it closed out already.
My fault, pimping.
I'm
Zombie, you're jumping
seeing-
on?
I'm sitting in on Elden Ring, but I started looking at Bob Ross stuff because we were talking about Bob Ross.
Nah, you quit tonight? One more zombie with me, one more. Did those assholes ever show up?
Motherfucker.
I sent it again.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Oh, let me mute myself there. There we go. All right.
Zombie. Basically waited this long for a That's Not My Problem. Almost 8 hours later, the electric company didn't call, but the neighbors saw them. They said the line isn't theirs and it's Verizon's. No fucking way.
That's crazy.
Dude.
You can position it. Now, the trees don't have to be 100%
See, what you have to do is you have to get Bob to get on the phone
more
to have an argument with these guys.
The tree and kind of roughly go along that line, and that can introduce some imperfection
if I'm paying them
there
to
as
do
well.
a service,
Not too much though.
They're doing their job.
And then we can have
and
another
I'm paying
one.
them for said service. So if they're not doing it to their standards, I'm upholding them to it.
An opacity.
That's all.
And well, I'm just going to do
I'm not arguing.
maybe from
I have
here
absolutely
a really
nothing to argue
nice
with.
tall tree that goes off the.
Not really big into committing to
Like, if
things.
I'm like,
I usually
hey,
stop binging the
I'd
show
like my
halfway through the
burger
first
made this
episode.
way.
I mean, remember when my hair was...
And you came back and gave
Just
me a
mini
fucking hot
versions
dog.
that join
I'm
up
not
with the
gonna be
ground
like,
level there, obviously. And then we'll go to the
I'm gonna try and get
adjustments,
some
the
sleep and try and
Gaussian
handle
blur,
this thing
and we'll
first
blur
thing in
that
the
in
morning.
again. The 7%.
You know what would help
deselect.
you sleep?
John Night Rain.
Getting
And I'm going to move along.
dub against like tricephaloids or something. John Night Rain too.
To an even dark colour. So we're going to go for the 6 colour along. I'm going to go in with the airbrushing soft brush. High on the 2% size, 100%. And opacity. And well, I'm just going to do maybe from here a really nice tall
No,
tree that
Hurricane
goes
is
off
Bob
the top.
Rossing right now.
Hold it till it snaps to a straight
He's
line.
just in the chat for
You can
support.
position it. Now, the trees don't have to be 100% perfectly
Hanging
straight.
out
And you can go back in
down
there,
the street.
more freehand, just thicken up the base
Same
of the tree
old
and kind of
thing.
roughly go along that line. And that can introduce some imperfection
Hurricane, that was your
there as
part.
well. Not
Fucking
too much
shit,
though.
bro.
And then we can have another
Football
one
drop.
in this area. Hold it till it snaps. Move it to the side slightly so it's not completely vertical. Go over it again. A little bit of care, but again, those imperfections would be there
You're
anyway.
bummed right now.
Then I'm going to go back to the artistic leatherwood brush. 3% size, 100% opacity.
John Night Rain can fix that.
And I'm just going to start doing the kind of the branches left to right. I'm going to have them in generally a kind of downward, heavier
Wow, he called him the whole
looking
He
branches.
used his whole fucking
We're not going to
name.
quite see
That's
the top of this
crazy.
tree. It's mainly just going to be
Zombles?
these
That's
details
nuts.
lower down.
He used his fucking government name. That's crazy.
Come hang out.
And then the same over here.
She hit you with the whole bulls at the end of it too. Damn. The hard B.
And then maybe we could have some just creeping in from the edge here. We don't even need to see the tree trunk, perhaps, but you can see the foliage from it, the branches coming from it. Go back in there, just make it a little bit denser, a little bit thicker. Let's go back to this one. And, you know, you can see it's kind of obscuring much of what we've already put in there, and that's absolutely fine. It doesn't really make sense to get too attached to background things early on.
What?
We are going to blur this in a moment too, but not quite as much as the background ones.
Yeah.
Maybe just spend a little bit longer fine-tuning these,
Why?
perhaps.
Just wondering.
I'm not going to see much of this. We're going to have a more prominent tree trunk here anyway, so I'm not too worried about this edge. So I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and I'm going to blur that in again. We are going to blur it in relatively
Zombie, what would it
significantly.
take to
Maybe
get you to
6%.
come hang out with us
Not
for
quite
one
a 7.
game?
And again, that's just helped build
What
up
would
that
it take?
sense of layers of a landscape. So I'm going to create a new layer, layer 6. I'm going to go in with the airbrushing soft brush and stay with this color that we've just been using. So if you...
Hold on, you fast motherfucker.
That's what she said.
Yes, she did.
Did y'all want to rock some Splitgate, some Destiny? Fucking Wildgate?
Those are 2 different games. Those are 3 different games.
Oh, y'all on Night Rain already?
I mean, I'm looking at Bob Ross stuff.
Ah.
We're not in a game. But
Gotcha.
if you're trying to take a break from that, yeah.
I think I'm almost done.
For that
You've
video,
lost
not
track,
even
it is
halfway.
the 6th color.
We can see it.
Maybe the 4%
No,
size,
that's
100%
nothing. Don't
opacity,
worry
and
about
we can
that,
just
bro.
start to imagine some ground features here. Most
like,
of these are not
they're
gonna
not
be
done, but I'm
visible,
fucking
but I think
done.
it helps just to kind of start to
what the fuck
100%
did
opacity.
you-
So if you've lost airbrushing, soft brush,
Oh, gotcha.
and
Okay. Now I know. Finally done studying. You're free. Good shit. What you studying for?
stay with this color that we've just been using. So if you've lost track, it
Bob,
is
did you
the
download
6th color.
Splitgate
Maybe
too?
the 4% size, 100% opacity, and we can just start to imagine some ground features
I
here.
downloaded that Pioneers
Most
game.
of these are not going to be visible, but I think it helps just to kind of start to visualize how the trees will attach
And the
to the ground,
Macabre.
and also bring in some of that darkness. I think it helps.
Those were
Things seem to be kind of floating in midair, then it doesn't help you understand.
co-op, right?
So we've attached it to the ground there. I think that works better. Maybe just a couple of features in here as well. And I did bring the horizon
I
line
don't even
quite
know
low.
why I'm
And
yawning. Like,
if
I'm
you
not
get
even
to a
fucking
state like this
tired.
and you're
I'm not
thinking, well,
sleepy.
actually things need to be bumped up a little bit, well, you can go to the transform,
enough oxygen.
put on freeform, and you can just pinch it upwards, encroach more into that scene. It gives us a bit more space
You just take a
down
deep
here,
breath,
and that's fine.
and
I might just go back to
stop
layer
yawning.
1, and I might just go for a white color. I'm going to add it onto the color palette. Don't worry, it's always been there in your downloaded version, and it's always been there in the codes as well, but I'm adding it mid-tutorial, but obviously I generate the codes in the palette afterwards. So with that white, it's going to be super subtle on that background anyway, so I'm going to go in with a soft brush. I'm going to put it maybe to 20% size and really low, so maybe 3% opacity, and on layer 1, like I was saying, and then maybe just a couple of taps in this area up here, and I think that's enough. I just want to create a bit more
Only full controller
variation between
support
here and
on
the
your
outside
Xbox
edges.
controller.
So it's super subtle.
Okay.
You can only really see it on the thumbnail visualization. It's less
Losers.
apparent there, and that's fine. Go back to our top layer, create a new layer, layer 7. Go back.
Hold on.
You want to run a night rain while Hurricane finishes up?
we can run one. I don't know what Hurricane's gonna want to play, but
Well, my options is limited, so it's whatever you guys.
What do you mean your options are limited?
Because I don't have Night Rain. I don't have a couple games that you guys have. So my thing is either Splitgate, Wildgate, Helldivers, fucking Destiny. What other fucking multiplayer game do I have? Shit.
Helldivers, I do not have downloaded. I
Can go
installed it.
from John Night Rain to John Helldiver.
No fucking way.
I put in quite a bit of time in Helldivers too.
Same.
Really?
I downloaded it after they said Super Earth was getting taken, but I didn't hop in.
Yeah.
I only played with Bat and Fat Boy. I think I played like maybe a week. Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to remember everything, little damn thing about the Civil. Oh, it's for your history final. Oh, wow, that's great. Everything about the Civil War. That's tough, man. You gotta go to the hospital today too. What the fuck? I hope everything's well. But yeah, if you got a dip, go ahead, man. Handle your business.
Back to our colours, and we'll use the last colour, the 7th colour on the top row. I'm going with a soft brush with an airbrushing, 5% size, 100% opacity, and you can see it is markedly darker than the other colours we've used so far. And again, we can just use this to suggest more layers.
I have to go get some donut holes from the kitchen.
Maybe.
Oh, I bet you because I'm in. Yep, I knew it.
Real question. When y'all eat nuts, like any nuts, does the nut squeak against your teeth?
No.
No.
There we go.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hove. What do you know? I like that. Hot take. I'm not a big Jay-Z fan. I really don't think he's that good.
You're not going to see much of this by the
Jay-Z.
Yeah, Jay-Z.
Beyonce's husband, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Otto's. Yes, was Beyonce's husband.
Yeah, I don't really like his shit either.
Wow, I didn't say it was all that.
No, I don't think I like anything he really puts out.
I don't, the only things I really liked from him that he put out was the shit he did with fucking Linkin Park.
I didn't like the remake of those at all.
Only because it was Linkin Park, though.
I stopped listening to Linkin Park when they made that album.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, a fan with conditions. That's crazy.
I don't idolize. I don't like. Yeah, fuck yeah. I don't idolize anybody or anything. Anybody or anything. That's why I'm so like pop culture references. I'm not gonna fucking get them. I don't fucking care about any pop culture. It's not. It's not fucking relevant to me in any
The
way.
end, but it does help.
Does me no good to idolize people who make more money than me and get away with everything.
And then we're going to bring from this point a tree trunk that's going to obscure the edge of our canvas.
I mean, that's kind of fair. I have stopped listening to certain bands and artists and stuff because of, well, they're entertainers, but I don't care about stuff that they like think that they, I don't care about what they believe in. I want to listen to you play music, not tell me about I need to fucking not drive a diesel car because it's polluting the ozone layer. Yet you fucking flew, but yet you flew to your concert in a private jet. So tell me who's fucking putting out more pollution?
Maybe another one on this side, so it really frames it nicely.
Yeah.
Really contains the scene.
Yeah.
within
People give
tree
Taylor
trunks. I think
Swift like
that
a
works.
lot of shit for that.
I'm gonna go to that
She will
layer,
fly
tap on the layer, and put on the
anywhere for
alpha
like,
lock.
even if it's like just a 20-minute ride.
Yeah, she'll take a helicopter there. They've watched her go from like one part of New York to another part and just take a helicopter there.
And then
they'd be
we're
like,
gonna
oh, we gotta
bring from this point
gotta
a
watch
tree
our carbon
trunk that's going to obscure the edge of our canvas. And maybe another one on this side, so it really frames it nicely. Really contains the scene within tree trunks. I think that works.
That's funny.
I'm going to go to that
Jesse was
layer,
just
tap
telling me
on the
that
layer,
today.
and put on
You
the
know, like in the
alpha
middle
lock.
of campus or whatever, they do
I'm going
like
to go to the first
all
colour
of
on
the
the middle row.
like
Still
youth
with a soft
get
brush with an
together
airbrushing.
events and stuff like that. They were
10%
doing
size,
Taylor Swift bracelets. He
40%
said today
opacity.
in the middle of the campus.
Well, I'm just going to introduce some darkness over here.
I was like, "Did you go do it?" And he just looked at me like side eye. I was like, "Oh."
No, I never did those. I went to a different kind of school. We didn't have those type of What the fuck? Why are we gonna go that far? Did you mark that?
Mm-mm. That is legit been all of my lobbies today.
I mean, that's fine, but night one, we shouldn't need that many. And so we shouldn't have to like go all the way over there.
You're probably doing a remembrance.
No, she marked a place. She marked the to get fucking what's it called?
Oh.
To a
This
church.
bottom edge, so we definitely need some darker colours. And it gets further up, you're going to have less of that dark, but certainly near the bottom, really foreground, you're going to have more of that really dark, nice colour. Not so much on that one, it's slightly further away, maybe just a little bit in this one. I think that's about the right balance. So stay on the same layer. I'm going to go in with the burnt tree within charcoals, and I'm going to go for the second colour on the middle row. Going to put it at 100% size, maybe only about 30% strength.
There's
and
a
then
spirit
just on
spring
this one,
behind back this
I'm going to
direction.
do a couple of sweeps of that across, and it's just starting to bring in the beginnings of texture
That'll take us to the
and
right,
some of
drop
that
us right
colour.
off at the top of the
And
camp.
we'll do the same over on this side too, just a few
Potentially.
sweeps of it.
Yeah,
It's not going to do the whole of the texture for us, but it's going to start us. Then I can reduce that down to a more...
Never mind. What the dog doing?
What the frog doing? Oh, it's a frog now. There was somebody shared a picture in the Discord
Put on
about.
the alpha lock.
Oh
I'm going to
shit!
go
I didn't
to
change the
the
game
first
audio
colour
from
on
the
the
last
middle
game,
row.
from the demo.
It's the
Still with a
crystallines
soft brush with an
are upstairs.
airbrushing.
Wait.
10% size, 40% opacity.
Not crystalline, sorry. It's
Well, I'm
the
just
night.
going to introduce some
I was
darkness
like, "What?
over
Am I in the
here.
wrong spot?" You
This
fucking
bottom
panicked.
edge, so we definitely need some darker colours. And it gets
Yeah.
further up, you're going to have less of that
One's like-
dark, but certainly near the bottom, really foreground, you're going to have more of that really dark,
I'm gonna
nice
fucking
colour.
die.
Not so much on that one, it's slightly further away, maybe just a little bit in this one. I think that's about the right balance. So stay on the same layer. I'm going to go in with the burnt tree within charcoals.
Seriously?
And I'm going to go for this.
Burn tree within charcoals. Oh, I'm already on it. So I already...
Who are we fighting?
Oh, the centaur. I think it's lightning.
Yeah, it's lightning. Did we get a stone sword key? Oh,
I didn't.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Second color on the middle row. Going to put it at 100%
guard breaking?
size, maybe only about 30% strength, and then just on this one, I'm going to just do a couple of sweeps of that across, and it's just starting to bring.
I'm Sarah, one of the survivors after the Zerg consumed Earth, and now I'm a senior pilot in the Human Federation fighting against them. We once looked down on this seemingly weak species, underestimating their insatiable.
Bring in the beginnings of texture and some of that color, and we'll do the same over on this side too, just a few sweeps of it. It's not going to do the whole of the texture for us, but it's going to start us. Then I can reduce that down to a more kind of drawing texture where I can start doing it more manually, so maybe to the 5% and up to 50% strength. And then I'm going to start manually just tapping in some extra textures. So we're going to do the campfire here. So it's going to reflect and really bring out some of the textures in the tree bark.
I hadn't seen who you came in as.
Make them really visible. So you can just tap.
Iron Eye.
You can reduce that down to a more kind of drawing texture where I can start doing it more manually. So maybe to the 5% and up to 50% strength. And then I'm going to start manually just tapping in some extra textures. So we're going to do the campfire here. So it's going to reflect and really bring out some of the textures in the tree bark. Make them really visible. So you can just tap a few bit of that texture into the tree there. And obviously as it gets further towards the ground level, we're getting closer to the fire.
Why are you backstepping me, you fuck?
So we
Come
need
here.
more of a concentration as we come further down. And that makes sense. And then on the very edge of this tree, it's going to catch the light more there as well. Tap it in a few times.
No, I'm out.
Then another
That's
line
good to
that
know.
runs kind of next to it. And another one. I like it to be kind of dashed and broken. We'll go back to this and refine it a little bit more, obviously.
Oh, who's still
We're
alive?
just getting started. And then we've got a shape down here. Maybe that's just catching the light a little bit more as well. We'll go to the third color. And we're doing the similar again. And with the same settings of 5% size and 50% strength, it is much more potent. Now, obviously, it's a vibrant color. We've got the alpha lock on, so we don't.
See if we can get another fucking key. Another, what's it called? Everjail key?
Yep.
Yeah, Stone Sword key for the Everjail. Yeah. Nope. Fuck. I don't have those kind of hops. Fuck.
Really? Sometimes I make that jump and sometimes I don't.
It's underneath. It's the knight, the disappearing knight.
Do you need me to go in there or do you want me to go on top and get the key?
Go look for the key. I went back here. I got a stone sword key.
Okay, so then it's not going to be on top.
Yep.
Let me guess, she took all the damn things.
Of course. Let me guess. Yep. Fucking went invisible. Yep.
Oh, that's fucking cool. That's
Everjail,
freaking
Everjail,
cool.
Everjail.
Don't need to be overly concerned about neatness.
We can go
Perhaps I
here?
won't put it on that distant tree
Both you
there
guys
or
are
that one because this
fucking-
one's closer. So this is where it belongs more. I like to break a little bit more. And then it needs to just sort of disappear as we get further up.
We're going to cross all the
A
way
few
over.
taps in this lower area.
Yeah.
Skip the camp to the top.
Oh, yeah. We should go to the
And then
camp.
as it moves around the tree. Perhaps
I want a
there's
bow
going to
rack.
be a little bit less of it.
Yeah, but there's
and get a darker side
there's
of the tree.
there's a
We'll just
thing
go
there
over
for you
this
guys.
side
There's
a
two
little bit
things there
more.
for you guys, and
And it's quite a vibrant
in
colour,
between.
so we'll go for the fourth colour.
You know
It's
what I
just
mean?
a bit more
And since you
subdued.
guys we're playing two
And we can
casters,
take that colour a bit further up the tree.
you know what I mean?
Okay.
It just
Alright.
that makes sense to me in case
We can also use it just to help blend it.
if we, and I mean this in the nicest way, we buff our weakest characters, you know, like because magic is not. We have nobody to tank, so we just make you guys buffer. Then, and then we can come back and do the fire camp that got the invaders that we're running past right now.
Did she open it? I didn't get the fucking notification.
Is it open? Did you try it?
The bottom rack is. I hear her running around, or is that you running around?
That's me. Did you try to go up top? Sometimes they're false.
No, it's fucking locked. This stupid chick. God damn it.
In that more vibrant colour a bit more as well. One or two touches of that
I
colour
don't
over on
fucking
this
see
tree
it.
is okay as well.
It's not a statue, it's not a tree, it's not on the wall, it's not in the water.
So I'm going to switch to the organic snow gun brush. I'm going to reset it initially. Then I'm going to go back into the brush. I'm going to go to
organic snow. Is that snow gum?
Nothing.
Is it on the side of the building?
They say sometimes it could be a fake wall. Dude, what the fuck?
Green.
the, where are we? The color dynamics. I'm going to change the hue from 7% down to none. And all that does really is just means that when we're adding the color, it's not going to vary too much. And even at none, we've still got some variation between orange and yellow. It changes. If you have the hue setting higher, then it really would shift too much, and it wouldn't work for the scene. So setting to none works better. Tap on it again, and we'll go for the stroke path and the spacing, and we're just going to space it a little bit more, maybe about 10%. And click done.
Well, it's not even that
and we'll
far.
work backwards again. So we'll go for again, and we'll go for the stroke path and the spacing, and we're just going
Did she
to
open this
space it
one?
a
She didn't
little
even
bit
fucking
more,
open this one either.
maybe about 10%, and click done.
Okay.
Statue wall.
And we'll work backwards again. So we'll go for the second colour, 2% size, and we're going to keep it quite low as well on the opacity, so maybe about 20%. And then I'm going to start building it, and you'll hardly notice it at first, but it is adding texture.
Yeah, I don't know. Did
So
you
we
guys
can
open that
zoom
one?
into
No, I
what
don't
would be
fucking
kind of like
see
a
this
rock
one either.
covered in moss, perhaps. We can start applying some of this texture onto the ground level.
Yep.
Perhaps I will turn that up a little bit more, maybe the 40%. And we should start to see that a little bit more. And I'm also going to turn the spacing or the size up to 3%. And that's working better.
Did you do the thing of like looking at the ground and stuff?
Now, some of this texture is going to be obviously reflecting the light coming from the campfire, but then there's going to be other sides that are turning away from it, and perhaps we need to use cooler colors for that. So we can go along, perhaps to the 6th color, and think about what that texture might look like when it's not
Yeah,
facing
it kind of
the
attacked
actual
us.
flames. So we've got some cooler colors coming in here, maybe even some green. So we've got the green at the very end of the row. Maybe this side could be showing us that it's moss. We still have the alpha lock on, so we don't need to worry about those edges too much.
Wait, is this you when trying to build a website? Because I got you.
Yep.
Oh? Check out Bluehost. They have an AI site creator that makes it a breeze. Build your own professional looking site.
I don't even know how to get up.
All you have to do is type in some details about your business, and the AI site creator will generate 3 awesome designs for you to start with.
I don't have any
Then
flasks.
you can customize it as much as you want. Add in your pictures and branded colors, and boom, fully fledged site is up in minutes. You didn't even have to code anything. This is perfect if you're trying to get your site up in time for the holidays, because they have great e-commerce tools.
Insane.
No
I'll be level
worries,
4
no
at night
stress.
1.
Get your website up in minutes with Bluehost.
That's crazy. I can't believe both of those fucking towers held us up like that. I've never struggled with the towers so fucking much. Oh, you better not go in there. You're not gonna survive that, you dumbass. I'm not going in to save you. Tell you that right now.
That's so fucking far away. Monka, here's a take this club over by me. It reduces spell cost. I mean, if you can take it.
Yeah, no, I can't take that right now.
Great. Of course, you would run the opposite direction, dog. Yep, that makes 100% sense. I didn't mean to do that.
Is it really the crab? Like the crab is the boss?
No. What? They put mobs in before the fight, Mago? Oh, it's Wormface. Let's just start off the bat with this. Yeah.
Perhaps we can put the size of that up to.
Of course you're facing the wrong way, you fucking dumbass. I was even locked onto the damn fucking worm. Dude, that buildup is so slow. Oh, into the fire. It got me. Because I ran into the fires.
This should hit you both.
Yep.
To 5%. Bring some of this texture in here generally.
You should stagger
I'm
some.
gonna die.
Why are you fighting by the fire?
It won't get out of the fire.
Huh?
It hit her too.
Across the scene. You can always darken it up. Go over it as required. I'm going to dial it back. I'm going to go to the 7th colour. It's a more subtle version. More grey, kind of green. It's not quite as vibrant. I'm just kind of patchily kind of bring that in across the area. Not too much of that because really it's not going to look very refined anyway. So we're going to go to our layers and create a new layer, layer 8. I'm going to go in with the airbrushing, maybe the medium hard brush for this. We're going to add some stones. Go back to our colours. And we're probably going to use the first colour on the middle row, which is going to be darker. So we can really use this now to bring out some foreground rocks and shapes. So I'm going to put the size of this brush to 2%, maybe 90% strength, opacity, not quite 100. And then I'm just going to draw in some rocks.
Why would she? And why did that
features,
hit
maybe
you?
a bit
I shot
bigger
you
actually, maybe 3%.
I shot
be
right.
a bit more bold.
I aimed at you.
And we can just cut through some of the things that we've already done.
That's what happened with
Create some
mine.
shapes.
I was
We're gonna
literally
have a
locked
fire in
onto
central
the
area,
worm,
but
and,
in and around the scene,
Sebastian shot. I don't even fucking know either the crab or the rat.
Person that's built the fire.
And I was
locked. Jobs are surrounded by stones.
Right at you,
now, I don't
at you.
recommend. I'm not really
you
supporting
killed the
the
rat.
idea of building fires
doesn't
out
matter.
in forests and woodland areas,
That's what you
especially
hit,
when
was
it's
the
pretty
rat.
dry. Obviously, that can be dangerous and start fires out in nature, and we don't really want to be destroying nature. So, this is more of a romantic kind of scene,
chasing you like crazy.
rather than something I want you to go out there and recreate. You have to be very aware of the surroundings and be very responsible, obviously. Just a few blobs, a few stones dispersed amongst that, and it's already building in that sense of depth, which I think is really working. We're going to move along to the 5th colour, turn the opacity of that down, maybe to, I don't know, try 15%.
Where's our other team?
Stay on the same brush, but we'll turn it down to 2% size.
Yeah, she's in there. She's
then
been down for a minute.
We're going to
Yeah, but
create
doesn't
some
have a thing on
extra
her.
textures, and it's
She's
subtle.
in a fire.
And we'll concentrate on the faces, the sides of the rocks that will be pointing away. We have a lot of ambient light. By that I mean not the light coming from the campfire, which is the really kind of direct source of light that we're going to see.
took one bar down.
But in the background, the sky,
I thought it was
and
supposed to be an
presumably
instant res.
all over our environment, we've got a kind of blue,
Did you hit that rat again?
influence on everything. So,
No.
and any
There's
faces
another one
that are
behind
not
you.
pointing towards the
I can
fire,
see
it's
it.
going to have something of a cool light as well. So maybe put that up a little bit more, maybe 20%. Right, let's even go for it. Let's go for 40%. Sometimes subtleties works and sometimes you just can't see it. So you can see now we're building in some of this ambient light and just change up the angles.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data
Stop
Analytics
locking onto the
Certificate
fucking
will teach
rats,
you to code in
stupid
R,
piece of
to
shit.
code in SQL, data visualization, and learning how to problem
Dude, it
solve.
won't let me lock
like an
onto
analyst
anything
would.
else.
At the end of the day, being a data analyst
the
is about
lady?
communication.
Where did
Yeah, I'm
It's
gonna
the
go-
number one soft skill that
I'm
you'll
gonna go
pick
pick her up. I was
So
trying to
learning
get-
how to take
Where?
the information
She's
and
not
make
on
it
the map anymore.
accessible to a lot of people is at the core of being a
Oh, how the fuck did she?
Faces that are pointed away from the campfire are still going to have some light on them, so you can add it to those details. And it's bringing out that sense of 3D space, as you can see. Maybe some
Stupid
rounder
fucking
stones
rat.
in this area.
I'm out of flasks.
Now there can be a mixture of influence of light on face of stone as well. So it might be that there's going to be just the top edge that catches the campfire light, and then
Does that pick her up?
just that slightly angles away, you catch more of the more ambient blue light. But
I really
initially we're
don't
just
care.
adding in the blue.
But she's fucking crazy.
And just generally just sort of scatter
Get
it
that at
in
level
and around
5.
the environment. We can come back to
Senpai!
that and add more of that
wanna get my
as we
runes.
need it, but that's at least a starting point for that colour.
Okay, my runes are
I'm probably
under
going
the
to
bridge.
create a new layer,
What's up,
layer 9,
senpai?
and on this
What
layer
you
I'm going to
doing?
tap on the little N and scroll.
Hiya.
Oh, I'm gonna have to come back here because I think I hear a fucking Iron Eye invader.
Scroll down to the
wonder-
add, and that's changed the blend mode from normal to add. I'm going to go in with the airbrushing soft brush.
Fucking iron eye.
Maybe.
Zenpai says hi, Avop.
What's up, dude? I'm going back to that camp though after I get my runes. I level up and then.
And just generally just sort of scatter it in and around the environment. We can come back to that and add more of that as we need it, but that's at least a starting point for that colour. I'm probably going to create a new layer, layer 9, and on this layer I'm going to tap on the little N and scroll down to the add, and that's changed the blend mode from normal to add. I'm going to go in with the
time to go to the mines too.
How the fuck did you pick up my ruins?
Where the fuck is that thing go? That lady going?
I don't know.
Old bird. You old fuck. Yeah, there you are.
Airbrushing.
I tried.
Airbrushing soft brush. Maybe 30% size, and let's put it low, maybe 5% strength.
Did you level up before you went
and
in there?
just in the central area, I'm just going
It's me and
to
the
start to
fucking-
build in the
there's
sense
a-
that there's
another
glow
iron-
to make sense of some of the light that's around here.
Iron Eye.
And just,
He's just fucking. We're dancing.
like I say,
back and
generally
forth with
give
each
the
other.
whole area a warmth. Now, I'm just pressing lightly, tapping in a few times. I don't want to do too much of this. I want the fire to be able to sort of like do much of that work itself. But if we set the glow initially, when we start adding the flames in a moment, it kind of gives them more impact, I think. So a few taps there, not too many. I think that's enough.
What the fuck?
So we're going to go to the layers and create a new layer, layer 10, and do the same thing again. Change the blend mode from normal to add.
Oh yeah, dude.
But now we're going to go in with the flames,
Hurry up,
brush
die,
within
fuck your
elements.
shit.
I'm going to have the size of the brush maybe at 15%.
He doesn't
and
drop.
about
Oh, it drops me an
70%
iron eyes.
opacity. And then just
Iron
in the
eyes
central
bow
area,
plus
I'm just
2?
starting at the top and then
Continuous
squiggling
HP
down to the
recovery?
bottom. Now maybe just
That's fucking
I
cool.
get this thing here too. It's a fire.
and just
dude, a fire monk. Underground.
Yeah.
I also have a stone sword key too. So after that, we can go here and then. Oh shit.
like I say, generally give the whole
I didn't mean to
area
mark
a
that, but
warmth.
we can
Now
go
I'm just
get the
pressing
flask.
lightly, tapping in a few times. I don't want to do too much of
then-
this. I want the fire to be able to sort of like do much of that work itself. But if we set the glow initially, when we start adding the flames in a moment, it kind of gives them more impact, I think. So a few taps there, not too many. I think that's enough. So we're going to go to the layers and create a new layer, layer 10, and do the same thing again. Change the blend mode from normal to add. But now we're going to go in with the flames, brush within elements.
Alright, so a new layer.
I can't believe I'm barely level 7. You said what? The Evergel and then the...
Nah, get the flask and then the other gel.
Okay.
I'm going to have the size of the brush maybe at 15%. But now we're going to go in with the flames,
I don't know where the
brush
fuck they
within
went.
elements.
They're on the other side of the
I'm
fucking
going to have
map.
the size of the brush maybe at 15%.
They're just they're going straight for
and
fucking
about
flasks. That's what they're doing.
70% opacity. And then just in the central area,
Well,
I'm
hope
just
you don't go
starting
down,
at the top
'cause
and
you'll
then
be fucking
squiggling
all by
down to the
yourself.
bottom. Now maybe just wisp that up
Yeah,
a little bit
for
from
sure.
the very top there.
And then we can hit the Evergel that's inside the circle.
Oh, before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
I have my
5:30
DS4
Friday?
controller on
Actually,
because I was
wait.
trying out that demo, and
think it'd be
every time I
easier to
open my map,
describe and
she
show you
stops
how to do it.
running.
What?
I just sent you a step-by-step guide using.
I need to close that. It's
How did
fucking
you-
me up
Another
so
one.
bad.
Wiggle it down to the bottom, press more as you get towards the base.
Like pings.
And then another one.
Well, we don't need
And then
stone sword
if
key
you need to
anymore.
go back to the top
because
area and just
Well, do you need a stone sword
wisp
key?
it up. And then down to the base. Down to the base.
For mine?
Nah.
Another
I usually
little
use it
point
on the
here,
bow,
little
and I
point
got your
here, and
purple
just
bow.
Some random shapes in and amongst there as well.
Alright. There's a
You
grafted
can kind of
oh,
join
you
them
wanna
up
take
a
that
little
grafted
bit,
scion
merge
out?
them
Wait,
together,
not scion, but the
lock in.
Reaper. It's quarter of the way down.
This is going to take a little bit of practice. The flames, yours are not likely to be the same as mine. I could try and do it again exactly the same, and it wouldn't be the same. It's very difficult to be super controlled with the flames brush, but it gets you part way there, and that's great. I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and blur that in slightly to about the 3%, deselect.
Oh, you jumped out of it. Here, come jump back in it.
Maybe put it on the medium brush within the eraser. Airbrushing, medium brush, that is. 2% size, 100% strength, and I'm just going to start now reclaiming. In fact, 100% strength is a bit too much, 70%. And it's pressure sensitive as well, so you don't need to press on fully. I'm just going to go in there. Way there, and that's great. I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and blur that in slightly to about the 3%, deselect. And then I'm going to switch to the eraser. Maybe put it on the medium brush within the eraser.
Nice.
Airbrushing, medium brush, that is. 2% size, 100% strength, and
hold on.
it wouldn't be the same. It's very difficult to be super controlled with the flames brush, but it gets you part way there, and that's great. I'm going to go to the adjustments, the Gaussian blur, and blur that in slightly to about the 3%, deselect. And then I'm going to switch to the eraser. Maybe put it on the medium brush within the eraser. Airbrushing, medium brush, that is. 2% size, 100% strength, and I'm just going to start now reclaiming. In fact, 100%.
How are we doing? Sorry, did I don't remember if I
70%.
answered you, Senpai. We're doing good.
It's pressure
We're
sensitive
just
as well, so you don't
trying
need
to
to
get
press
through
on
this
fully.
round.
I'm just going to go in there
didn't
and
start
I'm
off
going
so
to
well.
remove some of this flame in place.
You just fucking walk through that. No stagger, no nothing. Just straight fucking nothing.
Places, and this is going to act like solid shapes that are in there, bits of wood. As we take away some of that flame, then it really does quite a convenient job of just giving us the sense that there's solid objects in the mix as well.
We can hit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm just doing it from the bottom area.
I chose
and also
the successive
perhaps just
attacks
turn that up, and if there's one or two areas that I think have just
2,000
too much flame, I can reduce that down, rein it in a little bit.
I'm gonna go
decide exactly how much
going here.
I want to keep. If there's anything I want to remove, I think that's gone too far afield.
Okay. It's
That's starting to work a little bit better. Control it maybe down to the lowest part of 2%.
I had to turn off the DS controller. That shit's fucking.
And we've already
my
just
world
created
up.
the sense that there's
Just have on
some
do it.
solid shapes in there, and I think that really benefits the scene. Now we're still on the same layer with the blend mode to add, so I can go maybe to the airbrushing soft brush, stay with the same color, but I'm going to put the brush size down to maybe 1% and maybe the strength at 30%, and then we can just go in and around the fire that we've already got, and we can
I
kind
didn't
of
even use a flask running out
build
there
on
because people
some of
kept
these
killing things.
edges.
Kept healing
We can
me.
just cut around, add some of this glow, just control it a
Did
bit
I go to the
more
wrong
manually.
spot?
No, the camp's here, but there's a church right behind the camp.
Where the fuck? Oh, I see. Okay, I did go to the wrong spot, but I got this thing. So where's that?
What'd you get? You killed something?
Yeah, the crazy claw chick, the spinny one.
Oh, the Ductor version?
When you have Fios home internet from Verizon, you can save over 40% on the movies and shows you already love, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. With Verizon, you get more of what you love for less. Switch to any Fios home internet plan and save over 40% on your favorite entertainment. Plans start at just $35 a month with no hidden fees or equipment charges. Only on Verizon.
We've used the the air part 2%. Rein it in a little bit. As we take away some of that flame, then it really does quite a convenient job of just giving us the sense that there's solid objects in the mix as well.
It's the Banished Knights in
I'm
this
just doing
little
it from
camp.
the bottom area. Can also perhaps just turn that up, and if there's one or two areas that I think are just too much flame, I can reduce that down. Rein it in a little bit. Decide exactly how much I want to keep. If there's anything I want to remove, I think that's gone too far afield. That's starting to work a little bit better. Control it maybe down to the lowest part of 2%.
Oh, he hit me with that?
Oh, you have the other one?
And we've already just created the sense that there's some solid shapes in there, and I think that really benefits the scene. Now we're still on the same layer with the blend mode to add. So I can go maybe to the airbrushing soft brush. Stay with the same color, but I'm going to put the brush size down to maybe 1% and maybe the strength at 30%. And then we can just go in and around the fire that we've already got, and we can kind of build on
level 9
some of these
going into the
edges.
boss
We can
fight.
just cut around, add some of this glow, just control it a
Is
bit
this
more
the second
manually.
circle already?
Yeah.
Brushing soft brush.
God.
Flame. Solid shape. And strong. Strength is a bit too much.
Basically, like,
70%.
sat through a circle.
And it's pressure
on night
sensitive
one,
as well, so you don't need to press on
figure out those
fully.
jails.
I'm just going to go in there and I'm
churches.
going to remove some of this flame in places. And this is going to act like solid shapes that are in there, bits of wood. As we take away some of that flame, then it really does quite a convenient job of just giving us the sense that there's solid objects in the mix as well.
Level 10 is how many
I'm just doing it
rounds?
from the bottom area.
50 something?
Can also perhaps just turn that up, and if
I
there's
don't think it's 50 something.
one or two areas that I think are just
I don't
too
think
much
it's that
flame, I can reduce that down.
Oh, you're going here to look too?
Rein
Oh,
it
no,
in
no,
a
that
little
other
bit.
lady's here.
Decide exactly how
place.
much I want to keep. If there's anything I want to remove, I think that's gone too far afield. That's starting to work a little bit better. Control it maybe down to the lowest part of 2%.
The fire's coming.
And we've already just created the
40
sense
something.
that there's some solid
Open the
shapes in
door.
there, and I think that really benefits the scene. Now we're still on the same layer with the blend mode to add. So I can go maybe to the airbrushing soft brush. Stay with the same color, but I'm going to put the brush size down to maybe 1% and maybe the strength at 30%. And then we can just go in and around
I'm at
the
38.
fire that we've already got, and we can kind of build
We're
on
at 21 on level
some of these
9.
edges. We can just cut around, add some of this glow, just control
Forgot
it a
it
bit
was
more
the
manually.
Everjail, and I just took the
We've
instead of
used
taking the runes, I took
flame
the
brush, but we can
the buff
be a
that
bit more
it
controlled now,
came
so we
with.
can go in there and manipulate the shapes. If they're not quite
Shit.
as we'd want, we can join them up a little bit more, whatever works for
That
us.
was my bad.
Go around the edges, make them a little bit more glowing. And I'm also going to start using this now, perhaps with an even smaller size, maybe just really low on the 1%, and start tracing around the edges
That's exactly what they did to
of
me.
stones,
They spawned
of
right on my
objects
ass.
in that environment. Just trace around them. So this is not really it's not
I
representing
love that
an area that's
that
on
you fucking
fire.
jumped right there,
But the
and it
fire is
fucking did
reflecting
not hit
off
anyone
of it.
else because you jumped in the air. That's incredible.
Perhaps we can change colour. We're using this really strong colour here, so we go back one to the fourth colour, and that will have a different impact.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Keep zooming in and out, you get a sense of what your overall scene looks like that way. We've got some stones where we did the cool side, the ambient light
fucking-
representing or
The
hitting on one
teleport.
side. So now we can go back in and we can just do the light impacting on the edge that is facing the fire. So now we've got that real kind of contrast of cool light and vibrant light hitting the same object. And where
Is
we've got an
this
object like
little-
this,
it's not
maybe
Little
just the
Dragon,
very
Big
top
Dragon,
edge
right? What is this?
is reflecting the
No, this
fire.
is the Knight Rider, the commander.
There and there, for example. zoom out, and you can see that really creates a good sense of light reflecting on the shapes. And we can just sort of pepper in throughout our scene just the sense that the light is catching the top edge of things in this environment. Again, keep zooming out to check how it relates to everything. It would be very easy to get carried away with this. It really kind of is effective. It works.
When did that? When did you get that?
I'm glad to know it's not just me that like freaks out with very random things that I get in my games when I don't play with you in Zombie.
And then as we get further away, just press lightly. We don't need too much of the light reaching over here. We could just turn the opacity down, perhaps.
Hold this.
Capacitor cores check is okay. Fusion cores are primed for ascent.
Careful, sword guy's right behind you.
The team is ready to release the hold in T-minus 2 minutes. Verification check to proceed with ascent sequence. Platform systems propulsion. Go. Guidance. Go.
Tether. Go. Environmental.
Go. Maglev track. Go. Payload integrity. Go. Skyhook systems. Anchors. Go. ECS shielding. Go.
Why are y'all so fucking tanky?
Umbilicals.
Range orbitals being cleared to
Over
proceed.
it.
Go.
Transit is green. Skyhook is
This
online.
Bro. Yep. I was trying to build up my fucking art on those stupid little guys. Yeah, this run was kind of fucked from the get-go.
That's it for me. It's midnight.
Damn, Hurricane fucking breathed in like. He's like, no
10%.
split gate too.
What do you mean? He's Bob Rosson.
Yeah.
Look at
I'm in
that.
the zone right now.
AutoZone.
He hasn't said shit in like, he hasn't said anything in like 25 minutes.
That's the one thing I noticed though is I get like tunnel vision when I do shit like this, and I gotta learn not to really do that.
Building a fire.
Yeah. But once like I feel like I got the gist of it now, I'm gonna start adding like my own shit to it.
Gotcha. Yes.
But I like it so far. Alright. Bam. Alright. I want to
We're gonna read out to Scribe of Neptune, so I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a great night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Bye.
I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, bye bye.
have a good one, man. Alright.
The way he says it. Fuck off!
There we go. What's this game now? Nebula, I think. There we go.
What did you just jump into?
This is Wildgate.
I thought you were gonna stay painting. That's why I rated out.
Oh, no, I figured, you know, since y'all were done, we were gonna hop into something else, but then he said he was leaving, and I was like, oh, alright.
Why didn't you say nothing?
He said he was tired. Why, you was gonna keep streaming?
Warning. Artifacts must be safely stored in a W container before returning to the station.
My bad, my bad.
I shouldn't.
Oh, I gotta change my loadout.
Artifacts don't find themselves. That's why you have me.
Air quality in some sectors has reached hazardous levels.
Engaging thrusters. Last time I was part of a top secret operation.
Reach coordinates received. Bulkhead seal engaged. Reaction mass legs complete. Disengage fuel lines. Eyes sharp. There's an artifact to discover.
hill.
Lowering shields.
Eyes over here.
I should use a probe to gather information. Raising shields.
Let a legend lead the way.
Added ice. Scatter cannon installed on the front.
What happened?
Can you put a hole in the ship to get in?
What do you mean? There's a yeah. There's doors. You could hop in and out.
So you like looked like you were mining with a hole in the wall.
Oh no, it was a glacier. We gotta harvest like ice so we could cool the engine off when we get attacked and all that. Like you see, there's a. I'm just floating in space.
Hey man, you're on open mic.
Oh, you grapple in this game too?
There we go. Yeah, different people have different abilities. I like the robot because you don't need oxygen. If you're like a regular person, you have to like look for oxygen. You can't stay long in space. But what's cool about it is like right now, look, I'm pretty far away, right?
Probe sensor installed.
So once I mine, let's say I'm gonna mine this. Bam, I got it. All I gotta do is hit that. I teleport back to the thing.
Added ice.
Alright, thrust is hot.
Oxygen's here.
So if
Faster,
the oxygen is the negative on the other things, what's the negative on the robot?
Buckets lined.
There's not really anything like negative for each person. They just have different attributes. Like one guy is a little bit faster than everybody else. I believe there's a character that has a little bit more health, so like if you go in a gunfight, you know, they just have that extra bit of health. Like one guy has a jetpack or whatever. So like right now I only have this like that would be the one thing that's bad. I only have this yo-yo that I could throw to make myself go faster. And then that's kind of it. And I have it twice. That's it. But at least I could, you know, teleport. But yeah, you basically go around, you mine shit, and then you upgrade your ship because there's going to be 4 other ships. I guess one didn't load in. And we have to be the last one to survive. We got to basically kill them while at the same time repairing our ship as much as possible.
Look here.
Yeah.
Cameron? Yeah, can we have a license check?
I don't know all the controls, but I know how to point and shoot.
Ice over here.
I hear shooting too.
I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit.
Alright then.
Are you working? You said you're busy tomorrow, right? Is tomorrow Friday already?
Yeah, tomorrow's Friday.
I know, mother. I should go to sleep that way. I can see I'll catch you tomorrow if you make it to the community night.
Alright, no
I'll
doubt.
see you till Sinners on Sunday.
Alright. Alright.
Bye.
Good night.
This place is exploration worthy. Sort eliminated out. Look out for spawns. I detect alien life forms.
Drop them. Got it done. Another one down. That's enough.
Raising shield.
God damn.
Sort eliminated. Look out for spawns. Right? What's next?
Oh my goodness, bro.
Evan here, for those that need it.
Cut it down. Reach him down. Ah. Thanks.
Oh,
Lucky shot. I'll give you that.
Aha! We're live again. Another one down. Loot up. Time to get.
Scatter cannon installed on the front.
Okay.
Oxygen's here.
In and out. Before they know what hit them.
nice.
Micro cannon installed on the front.
I can just drop this anywhere.
Booster installed on the front.
Here we go. Faster, faster, faster. All right. Thruster's hot.
Shield device installed on the rear.
Here we go. Faster, faster, faster.
Smuggler's turn installed on the front.
We're becoming reach ready.
Mine layer installed on the front. Storm barrier activated on the left.
Now I'm cruising.
Probe sensor installed on the right.
On helm.
And it's empty now.
I'll probe for something valuable. Lots of tech, worth a lot of credits.
Oh, 2 ships left.
May have found something.
Lowering shields.
Oh, big value right here. Lots of tech, worth a lot of credits.
On a turret!
Raising shields.
Ready on turret! I've seen similar landings during my research.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Wow.
Back to the exploration.
All right, thruster's hot.
I detect alien life forms. Another one down. Out. And that is how an objective is completed.
We go. Faster, faster, faster.
We'll need to find the exit soon.
Okay,
Equipment here, for those that need it. Locked and loaded. Searching with the probe. I'll probe for something else. Another one down. The many dangers of the rich.
I feel like I'm the only one trying this shit.
That was unsettling. We need to go here. Big problem. Something's here. Contact, enemy ship. Ah, the noble meat. Well met. Enemy ship. We may have the upper hand.
Sniper cannon installed on the front.
At the turret. Still no artifact, eh? I'd hate to come home empty-handed.
Come on, I thought y'all said enemy.
Turret ready. I'm watching this ship.
Sniper cannon installed on the front. Scatter cannon installed on the front. Quad cannon installed on the rear.
Oh, now y'all
Macro
wanna.
cannon installed on the rear.
Now I'm cruising. All right, rust is hot. Quite the upgrade.
Ammo regen installed on the right.
Now I'm cruising. Everything's cleared out and ready to fire. New home. Ready on turret! On a turret!
At the helm.
Blurring shields.
Ready on turret!
Alright, fellas. You know what? I want to try the Pro. What's the Pro button?
Sending out the pro.
How fast can this
On
thing
helm.
go? Turret ready. Ready to fire.
Enemy ship detected.
On a turret!
Blazing shield. Wildgate open. Wildgate open. Sensing. Artifact signature detected. Oxygen destabilized. Reactor cooling. Oxygen destabilized. Collision alert. Enemy ship detected. Warning. Oxygen destabilized. Reactor cooling.
An enemy? This close? Entering enemy spacecraft. Ah, never stop
Motherfucker.
exploring.
In our spawn.
Enemy on. Whoa.
Warning. Oxygen destabilized. Enemy ship detected. Coolant ready. Reactor cooling.
Let's hold it down.
Enemy ship detected.
Venture signing off.
Enemy ship detected.
On helm.
Oxygen destabilized. Reactor cooling.
Thanks for watching.
Damage. Turret. Enemy ship detected.
That was
shit. Forgot to take out this shit. Alright. What else should I play? Actually, for now, I kind of don't want to play anything. All right. You know what? Let's hear what he got to say. Let's hear what they got to say.
Well, to me, Senator, you know more than I do, but my sources were very clear. The enrichment level was too great. The breakout time was less than a month. They would have the 15 nuclear weapons. The Israelis are not lying about it. And I have to believe those people that believe in a caliphate, convert or die, and threaten to wipe Israel and the U.S. off the map, based on also being the #1 state sponsor of terror. If they got the weapon, they'd use it. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. I believe this was inevitable, and it was rendered more inevitable today by decisions of the Ayatollah in Iran. Listen, President Trump has been clear for a long time that his red line is that Iran must completely dismantle their nuclear capacity, must disassemble their nuclear centrifuges where they are enriching uranium. And President Trump made clear they could either do so peacefully through diplomacy, or those centrifuges would be dismantled kinetically through military conflict. We're seeing the latter tonight. And this morning, Iran publicly stated no, they would not dismantle their centrifuges. And in fact, they said they would build more, they would enrich more. The Ayatollah made the decision, we are going to plunge headfirst towards getting a nuclear weapon. And basically, Iran gave the middle finger to President Trump, and Iran told Israel, you better strike us now, because if you don't do it soon, we will have a nuclear weapon. And when we have a nuclear weapon, this is a theocratic zealot who chants death to America and death to Israel, and they are building a nuclear weapon because they intend to be able to detonate a nuclear weapon in the skies of Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And so Israel is acting to defend themselves. And Sean, tonight, we should
Senator,
stand unequivocally with the state of Israel.
Senator, if I may interrupt you and then pick up your thought, Israeli news is reporting that Iran's military chief of staff has been taken out. Now, we can't confirm that, but Israeli news is reporting that at this hour.
Look, Israel has an incredibly formidable military. They are surrounded by nations that would drive them into the sea and exterminate them. Iran's objective, the Ayatollah tells you what he wants to do when he leads mobs in chanting death to Israel and death to America. He means it. The head of Iran's nuclear program, who has since gone to meet his maker, many say at the hands of the Mossad, he had written into his last will and testament that he wanted written on his tombstone, here lies a man who seeks to annihilate Israel. That's the level of hate. And I will say tonight, I want to say to every one of your viewers, please, if you're a person of faith, pray for Israel, pray for Jerusalem tonight. And let me say also,
Godspeed.
pray for U.S. servicemen and women in the Middle East, in harm's way. And I want to give a message to the Ayatollah right now. If you strike at America, if you attack our military bases, if you kill one single American serviceman or woman, I have every confidence that President Trump will respond with overwhelming force. That's the message the Ayatollah needs to understand right now, tonight. Do not attack our American military men and women.
If they are that foolish, they will pay the price. They are messing with the wrong guy. That much I can tell you. Prime Minister Netanyahu just spoke for about a minute. Let's get his comments. Let's get your reaction on the other side. Let's play it.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a...
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done. What the...
year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
You know, it's also, Israel in many ways, I think you can argue, Senator, is doing the world a favor. And if you go back to the 80s and they took out the Iraqi nuclear sites, it almost went undetected. You might recall that the Syrian nuclear program was in play and they were able to fly under the radar, take out those sites. Very few people even noticed or paid attention. And I know there's been a lot of back and forth because this is Iran and what Iran is going to do. There's one thing that I would argue. This is happening because our former president, that would be Joe Biden, he literally turned a blind eye towards the sanctions that were bankrupting this country. And by doing so, he literally has enriched the country of Iran. He's given them money to foment terror, given them money to build out their nuclear facilities even further. And that leads us to this moment where we are today. Now, if they ever got a nuclear weapon, I would argue it's Joe Biden's fault, but I still would argue, too, that it can't happen on Donald Trump's watch either, and he has said as much himself. Last word.
Yeah, look, Sean, you're absolutely right, and it's even worse than that. Joe Biden didn't just turn a blind eye. He refused to enforce the sanctions against Iran, and he flowed over $100 billion to the Ayatollah. He made them rich in cash. And understand, Iran provides 90% of the funding for Hamas and 90% of the funding for Hezbollah. In a very real sense, Joe Biden and the Democrats funded the October 7th massacre. The death squads that murdered over 1,200 Israelis on October 7th were paid for by the money Joe Biden allowed to go to the Ayatollah. And I will say the threat here tonight, Iran, they intend to do everything they can. You know, it was interesting listening to you interview Mike Pompeo. Mike is a friend of mine. He mentioned Iran is trying to murder former U.S. senior officials. What he had the humility not to say is he is number one on that list. The Ayatollah is trying to murder Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State. They're trying to murder John Bolton, President Trump's former national security advisor. Joe Biden was spending $2 million a month in security to protect them from Ayatollah's murderous efforts. And by the way, let us not forget, Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump, and Israel is doing a favor to America right now by taking out Iran's nuclear capacity. We don't know how this is going to end up, but a nuclear Iran would be a profound threat to Israel and a profound threat to America. And so my prayers tonight are to every Israeli and every American in harm's way tonight, that God will keep them safe and that we will stand strong to prevent a nuclear Iran that could commit vast acts of mass murder.
Senator, I share that prayer with you. Our prayers are with all the people that are living through this time. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox.
Comments. About time. I am thankful that Trump is in office and not Biden. Trump told them on April 12th they had 60 days to make the deal. Today is day 61. Praying for peace. America voted to deport them. If Newsom had done his job and be a what the fuck is this one talking about? Obama deserves a big thank you for this mess. That's crazy they would say that. Because wouldn't that mean, like, Trump was after? Like, that would mean that he didn't do anything either. Like, shit don't make sense. Anyway. What else we got here? Bungie put... Whoa, I gotta read this. I'm a Destiny main, whoever starts reviewing. So, I mean, any news from Destiny, I always hear it.
Insane. Bungie has just announced that Gambit is taking a hiatus. And on top of that, they're coming up with new engrams so you can get cosmetics that you missed out from in the past. And we also have some crazy Iron Banner news, and we'll get to that in just a moment. This week in Destiny, June 12th, 2025. Let's jump right into it. We have a Ride of the Nine rewards update. This week is the second in rotation for Prophecy, which means those delving and fighting the Taken will earn increased currency rewards and additional weapon drops from enemy kills. Take this chance and farm those rolls you are craving. Alright, so they have right here, when the third dungeon completes rotation, we enter a new phase of Ride of the Nine. Starting June 17th, all 3 dungeons will be available, which is nice. That'll be next Tuesday at reset. Okay, and you can play them at any time, and during that very week, all 3 will have increased currency drops. And you'll actually want this currency because this is the currency that's going to allow you to get the new cosmetics, or the old cosmetics, I should say, that you missed out on. After that, each dungeon will rotate weekly and have a week of increased rewards. So there you go. There's a whole schedule for it. But basically, you know, it just, as it gets closer to the Edge of Fate, the loot just goes up and up and up, right? Introducing non-area engrams. These are spicy. This is very good. Starting on July 1st, a new item will be available on the Emissary non-area engrams. This engram is filled to the brim with hand-picked cosmetic rewards spanning multiple years of Destiny 2 content. Some are newer, like Hollow Chips. Some are blasts from the past, like Crimson Days emotes. So, how do you earn these? You got starting July 1st, players may purchase non-area engrams using 350 non-area manifolds at the Emissary, up to 20 during Ride of the Nine. Gotcha. And on July 8th, players will be awarded 1 additional non-area engram each day just for signing in. Just be sure to claim from the Emissary with the Edge of Fate just around the corner. We're very excited to close out the Ride of the Nine with a bang. See you there, Guardians. So there it is. You'll be able to get a lot of really good stuff that you may have missed out on back then. Obviously, Crimson Days isn't an event that exists anymore, so the ability to get some of that without having to spend money is nice. All right, so we got, speaking of the Edge of Fate, if you haven't seen some of the news, we've covered a ton of it. There's also a ton of content creators that have made videos about it. We've watched and reviewed all of this, and there's a lot of interesting things coming out. There's also some missing things, so we'll talk about more in a video soon here, where there's actually no mention of a new strike, and a few other interesting things that Bungie might be cooking with this one, but we'll get to that in just a little bit. Like I said, bounties, 2 gear experts, and a shooting range XP, episodic modifiers with 1 new duties when the edge. Gear experts with new duties. So Ada1 is getting a revamp, and she's going to have some spicy new things for us here. Ada1 will provide a way for players to focus exotic armors at the launch of the Edge of Fate. As we announced last week, players will be given an amount of currency to focus armor pieces with a specific stat package as they embark on their new journey into the Year of Prophecy. Banner in the Edge of Fate. So Iron Banner, here we go. when the Edge of Fate launches July 15th. Iron Banner will be on hiatus. Wow. Iron Banner out. After centuries of non-stop work, Saladin will be taking a well-deserved break and will return his PvP game mode to the tower in September. So he's gone through July, so 2 weeks in July, and all through August and then September, when the Ash and Iron major update arrives. Oh, Ash and Iron major update? Very nice. Those of you looking to scratch the Crucible itch will still have a variety of game modes available. For starters, Heavy Metal will be coming back as an event in the future, also starting July 29th, which is my birthday, by the way. Trials of Osiris will have new weapons and armor to earn as you prove yourselves every weekend through September. Wow. Some Trials weapons on my birthday. Maybe I'll actually jump in and play some Trials for once. We'll have further details in a future TWID on more PvP playlist updates, but we would like to call out a new playlist coming out on week 1 of the Edge of Fate, the Cutting Edge. Oh, what is this? Cutting Edge allows only featured seasonal weapons, armor, and exotics to be used against your opponents. This will provide a fun space, not only to focus on newer gear, but to focus up the meta in some ways. We're excited to see which weapons rise to the top and what builds players come up with outside of the tried and true exotic pairings that we commonly see today. Very interesting. Okay. I don't know how I like that. It seems like it's very limiting, but it also kind of pushes people to do something different. Whereas if you don't do this, then people will just always use the meta, the most powerful weapons. So I think that it's a double-edged sword with this one. I don't think that this is going to be the most loved playlist by any means, but I do think that it offers some variety in a playlist and in an environment where variety is something that is pretty scarce. Gambit in the Edge of Fate. Gambit's going on a hiatus. Gambit, it's not on its way out, but it's getting there. Gambit has always been a PvE VP game mode with a loyal fan base. Stop lying. Stop lying. All right. And a lot of, let's say, funny anecdotes from eccentric Uncle Drifter. I like Drifter, okay? Drifter is the only saving grace to Gambit, in my opinion. As the Edge of Fate approaches, we wanted to share with you all that Gambit will also be getting deleted forever. Oh, sorry. I had a Freudian slip there. Gambit will also be taking a form of hiatus.
Yo,
players will still be able to play the activity and earn legacy rewards for transmog purposes. And the activity will live under the Worlds tab as it does now. If there is any specific gear you're looking for, Drifter will still be able to focus them as a vendor. All right.
Thinking about starting your own business in 2025? Bluehost makes it easy to turn your vision
so you could
into
still
reality.
play Gambit.
Head over to bluehost.com.
That's what I'm getting at.
This is not the end of Gambit, though, they said. All right. The last time they spoke about Gambit, it was like 4 years ago, and they said they were bringing us new maps. That never happened. Besides continuing the support for the mode for legacy rewards and triumphs, we have plans to bring the spotlight back to Gambit in the future. Stop it. Don't do this. Don't stop. Just let it die, okay? Take Gambit out back behind the barn and put it down. All right? Stop this. With the updated rewards and mechanics that players haven't seen since the days of Prime. Okay, wait a second. Updated mechanics? Will Bungie finally listen to my Gambit idea? Will they finally cook? We'll see. If you don't know, I've been saying this for many years now, that Gambit needs to remove the invasion mechanic where you invade and shoot people in the back while they're trying to clear ads. It's just a pointless mechanic. It's silly, it's trivial, it's annoying. All right. Instead, what that needs to do is you need to go into the invasion portal and it randomly pulls someone from the other team, and you two go into your own environment and you do a 1v1. Okay? Little tiny map. You just do a 1v1. The winner of the 1v1 gives their teammate a buff like enhanced ability regeneration, supers, ammo, whatever. Different buffs happen, etc. That's how it should work. You both get thrown back to your teams.
Nah.
The whole invade and shoot people in the back while they're trying to clear ads or shoot a boss is obnoxious and bizarre and not fun, in my opinion. But I'm not saying that necessarily saves Gambit or makes Gambit a smashing success, but it makes Gambit better than it is now. It actually would have like a semblance of like competitiveness to it, I suppose. But Let me know what you think about my Gambit rework. We'll see if they actually listen to it. Bounty for Good starts tomorrow. Very nice. Join us Friday, June 13th. The Bungie Foundation Twitch channel for some PvP pandemonium and your first crack at earning the new Bungie Bounty emblem faster than light. Very nice if you're interested in that. The emblem's there. All right. Very cool. Campaign launches July 7th. Gotcha. And the known issues list grows further and further, as always. We've got there's always something bugged in this game, I swear. This step 6 and 9 of the Drowning Labyrinth quest aren't able to be completed by some players. This has just been a bug. I don't think
cool. But there's a time limit to everybody. I mean, even me. Alright guys, I think I am done. I will catch y'all tomorrow, man.